how it sounds. Paranoid, dramatic, like the kind of story people post online for attention. But the guy who sold me a perfect phone at 10 p.m. should not have had pictures of my living room on it, taken weeks before we ever met. That is the one part I keep circling back to when I ask myself if I imagined any of this. Not the way he stared at me in that empty strip mall parking lot. Not the way his black SUV stayed behind my car for every single turn on the way home. Not even the way someone knocked on my front door a few hours later and tried the lock. It is the photos. Because you can argue away a lot of things. You can tell yourself you are just nervous driving at night. You can blame creaking floors and strange clicks on an old house. You can say you misheard, missaw, overreacted. But you cannot really argue with a time-stamped picture of your own living room, taken from an angle you have never stood at, on a phone you did not own yet. That night was supposed to be simple. I had just gotten off a long shift at the office. My old phone screen was a spiderweb of cracks, and I did what everyone does now. I went on an app, looked for a deal, and agreed to meet a stranger in a safe, public place. A bright lot, cameras on the walls, familiar logos glowing in neon. 10 minutes to check the phone, hand over some cash, and go home. Safe, normal, boring. If you have ever told yourself that same thing while driving to a late-night meetup for a used phone or a piece of tech, I want you to really listen to what happened after I put that perfect phone in my pocket and drove away. Because somewhere between that parking lot and my front door, I stopped being just another buyer and became someone's project. I am sending this to you because I do not know who else would actually listen. It has been almost a year, and I still cannot tell this story to anyone in my life without hearing myself the way they must hear me. Paranoid, dramatic, obsessed with details that should not matter. People at work already think I am that quiet divorced guy who keeps to himself. My ex would tell me I need therapy. My son is too young to understand what really scared me. But you read things like this for a living, or at least for your channel. You listen to people who sound crazy, and you let them finish their sentences. That is why I am writing to you, instead of booking a therapist or calling my brother at 2 a.m. I need this to exist somewhere outside of my own head. And yes, before you ask, I still live in this house. That is important. I want you to keep that in mind while you listen to this. I am not telling you a story about a place I escaped from. I am not talking about some apartment I had in college or a house I shared with roommates that I moved out of and never looked back. I am sitting at the same kitchen table the camera was pointed at. I am hearing some of the same sounds right now that I heard on the nights I am about to describe to you. It is 1:13 in the morning as I start this. Outside, my street looks like every quiet American street at this hour. A couple of cars parked along the curb, a yellow street light buzzing at the corner, somebody's porch light still on because they forgot to switch it off before bed. The sky over the townhouses is a flat dark gray, the color of old dishwater, with no stars thanks to the glow from the strip malls and gas stations along Route 22. Inside my house, you could almost convince yourself nothing has ever been wrong. The furnace kicks on in the basement with a hollow thump and a low, steady whoosh that I feel more in my chest than in my ears. It runs for a minute or two, blowing warm air through the vents, then shuts off with a soft metallic sigh and leaves behind a quiet that never feels quite natural anymore. The refrigerator behind me hums and ticks, cycling on and off at its own rhythm. And every so often, the ice maker decides to spit out a few cubes into the tray with a hard, hollow clatter that used to make me jump every single time. The TV in the living room is off. The screen is black, but it still holds a faint reflection of the kitchen behind me, a dim smudge of yellow from the overhead light and the outline of my shoulders when I move. I can see myself if I look closely enough, the way you can see a ghost of your own face in a window at night. For the record, I try not to look too closely anymore. The only lights I have on are the one above the kitchen sink and the small lamp at the far end of the hallway. The hallway bulb is weak and yellow, half dimmed from age, so it throws more shadow than light into the front of the house. The stairs up to the second floor disappear into that gloom after the fourth step or so. I know exactly how many stairs there are. I know the sound each one makes. I can tell you which step creaks loudest if you put your weight right in the middle. 32 years old, divorced father of one, staff accountant at a logistics company out by the industrial park near Route 22. That is the basic resume. It is not the most exciting profile in the world. I go to work in a beige building with bad coffee and fluorescent lights. I move numbers from one column to another all day. I sit in traffic. I come home. I eat something out of the freezer or microwave. I watch TV until my eyes hurt, and then I go to bed too late. No criminal record, no history of drugs, no crazy teenage stories, no satanic cult in the woods, no hitchhiking cross-country with strangers. The most illegal thing I have ever done is speed 10 miles over the limit when I am running late. And even then, I feel guilty about it. If you are picturing the kind of man who goes looking for trouble, you are picturing the wrong person. The only thing that really cracked in my life before all of this was my marriage. My son is 8. He lives with his mom in another town and comes to stay with me every other weekend. The rest of the time, it is just me in this narrow little townhouse with the thin walls and the old pipes and the furnace that likes to complain at odd hours. On good nights, I like the quiet. On bad nights, I hear every single sound and think about how thin my front door actually is. Before last year, my sleep was normal. I snored. I rolled around. I hit snooze too many times. I did not wake up at every change in the house. I did not lie there counting the seconds between the furnace turning off and the refrigerator turning on. Now, I have not slept through the night in almost 12 months. It is hard to explain to someone who has not lived it how exhausting it is to be afraid of small sounds. You are not terrified all the time. That is not how it works. Most of the day, I function. I go to work. I joke with people about the weather. I talk about my kids' soccer team. I complain about traffic on Route 22 and rising grocery prices like everyone else. I can go hours without thinking about the nights I am talking about right now. But then, something changes in the pattern of your house, and your mind goes straight back to that place. A gust of wind hits the roof at the wrong angle, and a branch scrapes across the shingles. And for half a second, your brain tells you there is someone walking up there. A plank in the floor shifts as the temperature drops, and it sounds like a footstep between the kitchen and the living room. The ice maker decides to dump ice at 2:07 a.m. instead of 3:15, and the sound of it echoes just differently enough that you bolt upright in bed with your heart pounding. It does not matter how many times you tell yourself that houses make noise. It does not matter how many YouTube videos you watch about common household sounds that seem creepy but are totally normal. Once you have had a night that truly rewires how you hear your own home, every new noise is a test you have to pass. For me, all of that started with one stupid choice on a weeknight. One long day at the office, one cracked phone screen, one decision to save a little money and meet a stranger in a parking lot at 10 o'clock at night for what should have been a quick, safe, forgettable deal. But that is not actually where the story begins. If I am being honest with you, and I am trying very hard to be honest, even when it makes me sound insane, the first sign that something was wrong did not happen in that parking lot. It did not involve a black SUV, or a stranger's face, or someone knocking on my door. The first sign that something was wrong was on my old phone, in my own kitchen, in the middle of an ordinary evening. I was scrolling through my pictures, half watching some forgettable show on TV, when I saw a photo I did not remember taking. It was a perfect picture of my living room. The TV, the coffee table, the back of my sofa, the lamp in the corner throwing a soft pool of light, the hallway behind it, dark. Everything crisp and in focus, like someone had taken their time to frame the shot just right. The angle was wrong. It was too high, too centered. It was taken from a place I have never stood in my life. A place I could not have stood in without standing on the stairs, halfway up, looking down. A place where, as far as I know, no one should have been holding a phone and looking into my house. 2 years before any of this happened, my life broke in the most boring way possible. No explosion, no scandal. Just a marriage that wore down until there was nothing left to patch. Lawyers, paperwork, a judge in a tired suit asking the same questions he had probably asked 1,000 times that month. A stack of documents that turned my son into the phrase shared custody and turned my home into the secondary residence. My son lives with his mom in another town about 40 minutes away. He is 8 now. He comes to stay with me every other weekend. We have a schedule printed out and magneted to my fridge. Fridays, on odd-numbered weeks, pick up at 6, drop off Sunday at 5. When he is here, the house feels like what it was supposed to be. Lego on the floor, cartoons echoing down the hallway, the bathroom counter wet because he splashed too much washing his face. When he is gone, the silence feels bigger. The house itself is nothing special. A 2-story townhouse in a row of almost identical townhouses, beige siding and small square lawns, the kind of place that looks like it came in a kit. When I signed the lease after the divorce, the real estate agent called it cozy. What that means, in reality, is that the living room is just big enough for a small sofa, a narrow coffee table, and a TV stand, with barely enough space left to walk between them without turning sideways. The kitchen is open to the living room, separated only by a half wall and a countertop scarred with old knife marks. White tile backsplash from some forgotten remodel. Cabinets that close with a hollow rattle when you let them swing. There is a small table crammed into the corner under the window, just big enough for 2 plates and a laptop. That table is where I am sitting now. A narrow wooden staircase climbs up along the wall by the front door, turning once near the top. The stairs creak if you step dead center, especially the 3rd and 5th ones. I know this because whenever my son sneaks down after bedtime to try to get one more snack or one more show, he gives himself away every time with those 2 planks complaining under his feet. Upstairs, there are 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. His room is full of posters and plastic dinosaurs, and a glow-in-the-dark solar system set he insisted we put on the ceiling. My room is practical. A bed, a dresser, a cheap lamp, a closet half full of clothes, and half full of things I've never gotten around to donating or throwing away. It is an ordinary space, a place for a man in his early 30s to restart quietly. My days are about as ordinary as the house. I wake up around 7, hit snooze a couple of times, drag myself into the shower when the guilt outweighs the comfort. Coffee from a machine that groans like it is dying. Toast if I remember. A protein bar if I do not. Dress shirt, slacks, the same rotation of ties, because no one in accounting really notices your fashion choices as long as you do not show up in a band t-shirt. I leave around 8, merge onto Route 22 with everyone else in this part of the state, and sit there under the same overpasses, watching the same billboards slide by at 10 miles an hour. The building I work in is a flat, gray rectangle in a business park, the kind of place that confuses you if you park on the wrong side because every entrance looks identical. Inside, it is rows of cubicles under cold, white fluorescent lights. The air smells faintly of toner and burnt coffee. There is always at least one printer whirring or beeping. The overhead speakers crackle to life a few times a day with announcements from management or the shipping floor. Attention, all staff in Zone 3. Voices echo off the dull carpeted walls and then disappear. We joke about it, but everyone listens a little, just in case their name is next. 9 to 5. I move numbers from one column to another, check for mistakes, answer emails. It is not glamorous, but it is stable, and stable starts to look very attractive after a divorce. I usually get home around 6:30. I kick off my shoes by the door, drop my keys and wallet on the counter, and stand in the kitchen for a second, just listening to the house settle around me. Then I open the freezer and pick something that can be turned into dinner in under 7 minutes. Frozen pizza, chicken tenders, one of those microwave bowls that claims to be healthy because there is a picture of broccoli on the box. TV goes on almost automatically. Some nights it is sports. Some nights it is reruns of crime shows I have already seen half a dozen times. The sound fills the space where another person's voice would be. I sit on the sofa with a plate on my lap and eat without really tasting anything, mind half on the show and half on my phone. This is what I mean when I say my life broke in boring ways. Nothing exploded. Things just thinned out. The days got quieter and more predictable, and I started doing what a lot of lonely people do now, spending more time looking down at a screen than looking around at where I actually am. The phone became the most important object in my house, which is funny and a little pathetic to admit. It was my clock, my alarm, my music, my navigation, my calendar, my connection to my son when he was not here. My ex and I text about pickup and drop-off times. My boss emails about schedule changes after hours. The group chat with the guys at work keeps me from feeling completely off the grid socially. So when I dropped it, it felt almost like dropping a limb. It happened in the parking lot at work, of all places. Long day, brain fried, a stupid argument over email about an invoice that was not my fault. I unlocked my car, wedged the phone between my shoulder and my ear while I slung my bag into the passenger seat, and the thing just slid. It hit the asphalt with a flat, final smack that still makes my stomach turn when I think about it. I picked it up, and the screen looked like a spiderweb. Cracks ran from one corner to the other, some deep enough that I could feel the jagged edges even through the cheap glass protector I had slapped on months ago. At first, it still responded to touch, but by the time I got home, whole sections of the screen stopped registering my fingers. The top left corner opened apps I did not want. The lower right refused to respond at all. It started doing that ghost touch thing, where it would open random menus by itself. New phones are expensive. Child support is not cheap. Rent, utilities, car payment, groceries, the occasional takeout when I cannot face cooking even a frozen dinner. It all adds up. Walking into a carrier store and dropping $1,000 on a brand new phone was not really an option unless I wanted to stop sleeping for financial reasons instead of paranormal ones. So I did what everyone does. I decided to look for something used. There is an app. There are a dozen actually, but the one I use is basically a local marketplace version of OfferUp or Facebook Marketplace. You put in your zip code, you pick a category, and it shows you what people nearby are selling. I have used it a few times for small things. A used coffee table when I first moved in. A secondhand TV when mine died. No horror stories, no weird vibes, just quick meetups in public places, cash in hand, transaction done. That night though, before I got as far as opening the app, I made myself do the responsible thing, back up my photos. I plugged the cracked phone into its charger, turned the brightness down so I did not blind myself with the fractured glass, and opened the gallery. I sat on the couch with the TV murmuring in the background and started scrolling through the past year of my life and thumbnails. My son, with chocolate on his face at his birthday. My desk at work, with a cake my coworkers brought in. A blurry picture of the highway in the rain that I had taken out of boredom in traffic. The living room with Lego spread across the floor. The kitchen counter with a failed attempt at baking muffins. Screenshots of stupid memes. A couple of photos of receipts I had saved for taxes and forgotten. And then there was one that did not fit. It was a picture of my living room. That alone was not strange. I had a few of those, but this one was different, cleaner, framed perfectly. The TV on, throwing a soft glow. The lamp in the corner on, casting a warm circle of light on the rug. The coffee table cleared, no plates, no clutter. The hallway in the background dark, just a mouth of black where the front door and the bottom of the stairs would be. The angle was wrong. It was taken from high up, looking down at the room. Not from my usual spot on the couch, not from the kitchen doorway. It was the exact perspective you get if you stand halfway up the stairs and lean just enough over the railing to see the whole room. I stared at it, waiting for the memory to arise. Maybe I took it to show my mom I finally cleaned. Maybe I sent it to my ex to prove the house was nice enough for our son. Maybe I was bored and testing the camera. Some explanation, some moment where I could picture my own hand holding the phone, lining up the shot. Nothing came. I checked the date and time. It was stamped as taken at 2:03 in the morning, about 3 weeks earlier, on a night that, as far as I remembered, I had gone to bed around midnight and stayed there. For a minute, I felt something cold slide under my ribs. The kind of chill you get when you think you have lost your wallet or left the stove on, only sharper, deeper. The TV sound faded. The usual hum of the refrigerator seemed louder. Then I did what most people do when reality offers them two choices: accept the creepy one or retreat to the comfortable one. I told myself I must have taken it and forgotten. Maybe I'd gotten up in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, walked downstairs, liked how the light looked, snapped a picture, and gone back to bed, half awake. People do weird things when they are tired. There are stories about sleepwalkers cooking entire meals. One late-night picture was not exactly solid proof that something was wrong. The story is easier to live inside if you do not go looking for cracks. So I sighed, shook my head at myself, and did the most human, stupid thing I could have done. I deleted the photo to get rid of the creepy and went back to scrolling. If I had not deleted that picture, if I had zoomed in just once on the far left corner of the frame, I would have seen something that would have made me call the police that very night. But I did not see it, and I would not realize what had been in that corner until it was far, far too late. The night I actually decided to go on the app was the kind of night you forget as soon as it is over. Middle of the week, one of those sagging days between Monday and Friday, where you're not fresh anymore, but the weekend still feels far away. I had thrown a frozen lasagna into the oven because even microwaving something felt like too much effort. The TV was on some late-night talk show rerun, canned laughter, bright studio lights, a host in a suit making jokes about politicians and celebrities I only half recognized. It was a little after 9. The digital clock on the cable box said 9:07 p.m. in blocky blue numbers. The air conditioner was running, even though it was not that hot. The unit in this place is old and loud. When it kicks on, it fills the living room with this steady rushing sound, like standing near a small airplane engine. It is comforting when you are not thinking about it. When you are listening for things, it feels like someone is hissing in your ear. I remember sitting on the couch with my feet up on the coffee table, my cracked phone in my hand, the lasagna smell drifting in from the kitchen. The glass on the phone caught the light from the TV and split it into spider webs. Every time my thumb grazed the wrong corner of the screen, the phone opened an app I did not want, or refused to go back when I swiped. That was the night the frustration finally tipped. I closed out of whatever the screen had glitched into and opened the local marketplace app instead. I am not going to name it because it does not really matter which one it was. They all look and feel about the same. That familiar grid of little squares appeared, pictures of things people no longer wanted, stacked on top of each other in endless rows. I tapped into the electronics category. The header at the top slid over with a little animation, and suddenly my screen was full of strangers' possessions. The first listing was a flat-screen TV with a thick black frame, obviously at least 10 years old. The picture showed it sitting on a stained carpet, the screen reflecting a ceiling fan and a cluttered coffee table. The title under it said, 50-inch, works fine, no remote, $120 OBO. Below that was a set of speakers that looked like they belonged in a teenager's bedroom in 2005. Vintage sound system, very loud. Someone was trying to get $80 for it. I started scrolling. A chipped white Xbox controller with one joystick slightly melted. A tangle of HDMI cables in a plastic grocery bag. A printer described as sometimes jams, ink low. Old gray office phones. A DVD player. A stack of random DVDs with nothing but assorted movies as the description. The picture blurry enough that I could not tell if they were action, horror, or adult. I flicked my thumb up the cracked screen, watching the grid of pictures slide past under my hand. I adjusted the filters, 10-mile radius, max price set to $300. Category narrowed to cell phones and accessories. The app blinked, refreshed, and filled with new images. There were phones, sure. A lot of them were junk. A battered Android with a cracked back, and a description that simply said, "as is." An iPhone 3 generations old, with blacklisted, but still works on Wi-Fi in the details. A cheap prepaid phone still in its plastic packaging, obviously something someone got free and never used. I clicked on a few out of habit. One seller wanted $400 for a model I knew retailed for $350 brand new. Another listing had no photo at all, just the make and model written in bad spelling. "No low ballers, I know what I got," the description said, which made me scroll past immediately. Most of them were too old, too beat up, too expensive, or all three at once. I was about to close the app and decide I could live with the shattered spiderweb screen for another month when a listing stopped my thumb mid-scroll. Pixel 6, black. The photo was almost professional. The phone was lying on a smooth wooden surface, a dark polished table with the grain running diagonally across the frame. The Pixel sat in the center, perfectly straight, camera bar catching a gentle highlight from a soft, indirect light source. No fingerprints, no smudges, no dust. The background was blurred just enough that I could not make out where the picture had been taken, but it did not look like a cluttered bedroom or a garage. More like a staged product shot. The screen in the picture was on, showing the home screen. The battery icon was full. No cracks, no scratches, no visible damage. It looked perfect, better than anything I'd seen at my price point. The caption underneath was short: Pixel 6, almost new. Switched carriers. 280, cash only. Meet near Willow Plaza. Willow Plaza. I knew that strip mall. Everyone around here does. It is a collection of chain stores and a few sad local businesses clinging to the edges. A Dunkin' Donuts, a nail salon with flickering neon script, a liquor store with a faded sign, a small 24-hour convenience store with bars on the windows and 3 security cameras on the front. The plaza sits right off one of the main roads that feeds into Route 22. Public, bright, cameras, familiar. My cracked phone suddenly felt heavier in my hand. I tapped on the seller's profile picture. It was not a face, which was my first little red flag. Just a generic-looking stock photo of a black SUV in a driveway. Something you could pull off the internet in 2 seconds. The username was forgettable, a mix of letters and numbers that did not spell anything out. The account had been created 1 month ago. It had 2 reviews. One said, "Quick pickup, no problems." The other was only a single word: smooth. That was my second little red flag. New account, few reviews, no personal avatar. The location dot on the listing map pulsed in a spot only a few miles from my own place. Close enough to be convenient. Close enough to feel like the seller probably moved in some of the same spaces I did. The same grocery stores, the same gas stations, the same stretch of highway. I stared at the photo again. Pixel 6, almost new. $280. Cash only. Meet near Willow Plaza. I could hear my dad's voice in my head, the way he used to talk about deals when I was a kid. If it sounds too good to be true. He never finished the sentence with horror, of course. In his world, too good to be true meant the car was a lemon or the seller was hiding a bad transmission. Not that they were hiding something much worse. Still, I hesitated. I opened the messaging box and typed, "Hey, is the Pixel 6 still available? Any scratches or cracks I should know about? Do you have the box or receipt?" I hit send and sat back, expecting to wait a while. It was after 9. Most people have already settled in by then. When I had sold my old TV on the app, It took an hour for the guy to even see my message. This time, the reply bubble popped up almost immediately. 3 dots pulsing. Then, "Yeah, man, it is clean." No greeting. No punctuation beyond the period the app added automatically. The typing dots appeared again almost before I could answer. Got the box. No receipt. Switched carriers. They gave me a new phone. This one just sitting. It was not the most detailed answer, but at least it was something. I ran my finger along a deep crack on my own screen, feeling the glass catch my skin, and asked, "Could we meet tomorrow, during the day?" The response came back in seconds. "We can meet tonight if you want. I work nights." Tonight. My eyes flicked to the time on the cable box. 9:21 p.m. I imagined Willow Plaza at that hour. Most of the smaller shops closed. Dunkin's still open with a handful of people inside, the convenience store glowing under its harsh lights. The parking lot half empty, buzzing under long rows of yellow lamps. It did not seem unreasonable. People meet up for these things at all hours. I had done it myself, both as buyer and seller. The unspoken rule was public, well-lit, a place with cameras. Willow Plaza checked all those boxes. I typed, "Where exactly at Willow Plaza?" He answered, "By the Dunkin'. 10 p.m. okay?" 10 o'clock. Late, but not the middle of the night. It would give me time to eat, shower, and drive over without rushing. I pictured the bright orange and pink Dunkin' sign, the glass windows, the counter with teenagers and visors filling coffee cups, the security camera bubbles in the corners. I told myself it was safe enough. Yeah, 10 works. I was about to put the phone down when another message blinked onto the screen. "You live off Willow, right? It is not far." My thumb hovered over the keyboard and went numb. I had not given him my address. I had not mentioned my street. The app did not show exact locations, just a rough circle for buyers and sellers. The only thing he should have known was that I was nearby. For a second, the living room seemed to tilt. The talk show on TV faded into a distant murmur, the sound of an audience laughing at a joke that did not reach me. The air from the AC unit felt colder against the back of my neck. I stared at that sentence. "You live off Willow, right?" I typed back, slower this time. "How do you know that?" The answer came back almost too fast to have been thought about. "Relax, man. I recognized your building in the background of one of your pics. This app shows profile photos." Profile photos. I had forgotten the app even had those. I backed out of the chat and tapped on my own profile. There it was, small and square, a slightly blurry photo I had taken months ago, standing in front of my townhouse with a box in my arms the day I moved in. You could see the row of nearly identical units behind me, the strip of grass, the curb. If someone squinted and knew the area, I guess they could connect the vague outline of those houses to the stretch off Willow. That is what I told myself anyway. I went back to the messages, read his last line again. "Relax, man." I took a breath. I told myself I was being jumpy, that if he meant anything weird by it, he would not be meeting me in a public place with cameras, that it was just another person trying to make small talk, filling the silence. "Got it," I typed. "See you at 10 then." It felt like a normal choice in the moment. Just a guy trying to save a little money on a phone, agreeing to meet at a bright strip mall under fluorescent lights and security cameras. Looking back from here, with the house this quiet and the furnace just kicking off again, it feels more like the moment I opened a door I did not know I had. I wish I could tell you, I went into that night blind, with no uneasy feeling at all. It would make me sound less stupid. The truth is, there was a part of me that knew exactly what kind of story I was walking into. I had watched those Craigslist horror story videos too. I had rolled my eyes when people in the comments said things like, "Who meets a stranger for cash at night?" and "This is why you always go during the day." I had listened to a guy with a calm voice read stories about deals gone wrong and thought, that is creepy, but it is not going to happen to me. People like me always think that, until we do not. After I told the guy, Derek, according to his username, that I would be there at 10, I put the phone down on the counter and just stood in my kitchen for a minute. The furnace had shut off again, so the house was in that odd quiet where you can hear the hum of the refrigerator and the faint buzz of the kitchen light. My lasagna was cooling on the stove, congealing in its little paper tray. I opened the drawer by the stove, the one where I keep Ziploc bags and random junk, and pulled out the envelope where I stuff extra cash when I have it. There is never much in there. 20 from my birthday, a few fives from when I sold a chair on the same app, some crumpled singles that had migrated from my pockets. I took it all out and spread it on the counter, smoothing each bill with my fingers. 20s mostly, a couple of 10s. I counted out 14 20s, $280. Enough for the phone if he kept to his asking price. For a second, I stood there with the neat little stack of money and thought about all the ways this could go. Best case, I go to Willow Plaza. The guy shows up on time. The phone looks like the picture. I hand him the cash. We both say, "Have a good night." And I drive home with a working phone and a little story about how I scored a good deal. Worst case, what? He robs me? It is a public place. There are cameras. There are always at least a few cars in that lot, especially near the convenience store. He tries something, and I yell and run inside. He follows me home, finds my address from my license plate, kicks in my door while I am sleeping. My brain started stacking images from all those horror videos on top of each other, and I forced myself to stop. I picked up the bills and folded them once, sliding them into the main pocket of my wallet. It made the wallet feel uncomfortably thick. I opened it again and took a 20 and a 10 back out. Just in case he tried to haggle up, I told myself. Just in case he said, I really wanted 300. And I felt weird and offered a little more. I did not want to go over 300. That was my hard line. I told myself that firmly. Still, I walked back to my bedroom, opened the drawer of my nightstand, and took out another pair of 20s. I folded them tight and slid them into the hidden zippered compartment in my wallet, the one I never use. 280 accessible, 40 invisible, just in case. It is strange, looking back, how you can feel cautious and reckless at the same time. There was a little voice in my head saying, "You are walking into exactly the kind of situation people warn you about in comment sections." But there was a louder voice saying, "It is fine. You are not meeting behind some abandoned building. You are going to a strip mall you have been to 100 times. You have met strangers there before. Nothing happened. It was November, and the cold was just starting to feel serious. The kind of damp, bone-sneaking chill that comes from wet asphalt and bare branches, not from snow. When I opened the front door, a gust of air came in that smelled like wet leaves and exhaust. My street was quiet, the way suburban streets get quiet on weeknights after 9. Yellow light pooled under the street lamps. leaving the spaces between them dim and soft. A thin layer of leaves clung to the edges of the curb, pressed flat and dark from cars running over them again and again. You could hear a TV somewhere to my right, a sports announcer shouting over a crowd, the sound muffled by walls and glass. The house next door had its porch light on. The man who lives there, I only know him as Mike from Mailbox Labels, was out on his front steps in a faded hoodie, smoking a cigarette. He lifted a couple of fingers in a lazy wave when he saw me, the ember of his cigarette glowing orange in the dark. I waved back. The townhouse on my other side had its blinds open, just enough for me to see flickers of a game on a big flat-screen TV. I heard the sharp rise and fall of crowd noise and the rumble of a commentator's voice. For a moment, the normalcy of it all washed over me so strongly that I felt stupid for being nervous. My house, my neighbors, the familiar shapes of the parked cars along the street. All of it looked exactly the same as it had every night for months. No black SUVs, no strange silhouettes, just normal, quiet American suburbia. I locked my front door, hearing the deadbolt slide into place with a solid metallic thunk, and walked down the short concrete path to my car. The Corolla sat where it always sat, nose pointed toward the corner, a smattering of old leaves caught in the space between the windshield and the hood. The silver paint looked pale under the streetlight, almost white. I clicked the key fob, and the lights blinked once. That little chirp of the lock unlocking felt reassuring, like a tiny confirmation that some things still worked the way they were supposed to. Inside the car, it was colder than I expected. The seats held the chill of the day. I started the engine, and the dashboard lights sprung to life in their familiar green glow. The radio came on quietly, some soft rock station it had been tuned to that morning. A guitar riff filling the small space between the pump of the heater kicking in. I turned the heat up a notch and held my hands in front of the vents, letting the air warm my fingers. The steering wheel felt like ice at first. The clock on the dash said 9:36 p.m. Willow Plaza was only about 10 minutes away with clear roads. I had time to sit there a minute, listening to the car idle, feeling the engine's hum vibrate through the pedals. I checked my old cracked phone one more time, squinting past the web of broken glass to read the last message. By the Duncan. 10 p.m., okay? It was still there, simple and casual, like a text to a friend about grabbing coffee. I typed a quick, "on my way," but did not hit send. Something about it felt too eager. I erased it, locked the screen, and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. For a few seconds, I just sat, fingers wrapped around the steering wheel, staring through the windshield at my own house. The upstairs window of my bedroom was a dark rectangle above the front door. The blinds were mostly closed, but not all the way. There was a narrow gap where two slats did not quite meet. When I backed the car slowly out of the space, my headlights swept across the front of the townhouse, painting the siding in bright white for a heartbeat. As the beam passed over that upstairs window, I saw, or thought I saw, something move. Just the faintest impression, a shadow withdrawing, like someone had been standing close to the glass and stepped back when the light hit. It was so quick that by the time the car angled fully toward the street and the light slid away, I could not be sure there had been anything there at all. For a moment, my foot hovered between the brake and the gas. My hand tightened on the wheel. I could have put the car back in park. I could have gone inside, turned on all the lights, walked upstairs, and yanked the blinds all the way up just to prove to myself there was nothing there. Instead, I swallowed, told myself I had just seen my own reflection smear across the glass, and eased my foot onto the gas pedal. The car rolled forward. The street opened up in front of me under the yellow lamps, and I drove away from the house with the thin, darkened window that I now know had already been part of the story longer than I realized. Willow Plaza sits at the corner of Willow Road and a bigger artery whose name I always forget, the kind with 3 lanes and a set of traffic lights every quarter mile. If you live anywhere near here, you know it before you know the actual street names. It is the kind of strip mall people use as a landmark when giving directions. Turn left by the Dunkin'. Keep going until you see the liquor store with the ugly sign. If you hit the 24-hour mart, you went too far. From a distance, driving up with the radio low and the heater humming, it looked almost comforting. A little oasis of light in the dark stretch of asphalt and trees. The Dunkin' Donuts was the brightest, all orange and pink, its lit sign floating above a row of big glass windows. You could see straight into the place. The counters, the shelves of donuts, the bored kid in a visor wiping down a stainless steel surface. Next to it, the nail salon glowed a sickly blue-white with cursive neon letters spelling out something like star nails that flickered and pulsed. Every few seconds, the neon made a faint tack, tack noise as the ballast fought to keep it alive. On the other side of the Dunkin' was a liquor store, its window full of posters for beer brands and lottery jackpots. The kind of place where the lights are always a little too harsh and the air always smells like cardboard and spilled alcohol. At the far end, anchoring the stretch, was the 24-hour convenience store. Its sign was a flat block of bright white with blocky red letters, more functional than inviting, and there were at least 3 cameras visible on the facade, little dark domes under the eaves, watching the parking lot. The parking lot itself was a wide rectangle of blacktop, ruled with white lines that already had tire marks and oil stains smudged into them. There were not many cars there at 9:50 p.m. on a weeknight. A pickup with a rusted bed near the liquor store, a beat-up sedan near the convenience store door, a couple of compact cars scattered closer to the Dunkin'. I pulled in from Willow Road, my headlights sweeping across the blank spaces and the glittering dark of the asphalt. The street lights that lined the lot cast down cones of yellow that looked warm from a distance but showed every crack and stain up close. Beyond that circle of light, the edges of the lot and the trees behind it melted into soft black. I drove slowly, doing the loop everyone does. Once along the front row, once along the far row, pretending I was weighing my options. In reality, I knew exactly where I wanted to park. There is a pole-mounted floodlight near the corner of the convenience store, just to the side of the front doors. Directly above that spot, bolted under the overhang, is one of those dark, mirrored security domes. I have watched its little fisheye reflection catch people coming and going when I have stopped in for milk or a late-night snack. I aimed for that light like it was a lighthouse. I pulled into the space under it, straightened the wheel, and put the car in park. The light poured down over the hood and windshield, washing the interior in a flat yellow that made every fingerprint on the glass stand out. From where I sat, I could see the convenience store door, the front of the Dunkin', and the nail salon's flickering neon. I could also feel the invisible eye of the camera somewhere above and behind me. It made me feel clever, like I had chosen the right spot. Look at me, I thought, choosing a well-lit area, in view of a camera, like all the safety guides say. As if that meant anything more than a few grainy seconds of footage later, if something went really wrong. I shut off the engine. The sudden lack of vibration made the quiet inside the car feel hollow. Outside, the world was not actually silent. It never is. From the road, every 30 seconds or so, a truck roared past, its engine deep and rattling, the sound Dopplering in and out of the plaza. When the traffic light at the corner changed, there was the faint hiss of brakes and the soft, rhythmic thump of tires crossing the seams in the asphalt. Each time the door to the convenience store opened, a cheerful electronic chime sounded. A ding-dong that felt slightly out of place against the night. Above it all, there was the constant background hum of machinery. The air conditioning units on the roofs of the stores droned in different pitches, overlapping into a low mechanical choir. Every so often, one cut off with a click, and the absence of its particular note made the others feel louder for a moment. I checked the time on the dashboard. 9:54 p.m. 6 minutes. Enough time to second-guess myself, but not enough time to change my mind. I picked up my phone carefully, guiding my thumb around the worst of the cracks, and opened the app again. The chat with Derek sat right at the top of my messages. By the Duncan. 10 p.m., okay? I stared at that line until the letters blurred slightly. I scrolled up, reread our earlier exchange. The bit about him recognizing my building from my profile picture. The relaxed man. The I work nights. The heater had warmed the car by then. My hands were not cold anymore. They were sweating. I put the phone face down on my knee and looked out through the windshield. In the Duncan, the kid in the visor leaned on his elbows at the register, scrolling his own phone. Two older men in heavy jackets sat by the window with large styrofoam cups, talking with the slow movements of people who know they are in no hurry to get anywhere else. The light inside made everything look slightly overexposed, too bright, too clean. The nail salon was mostly dark, the open sign turned off, but the script letters in the window still glowed faintly in that artificial blue. The tack of the dying neon stuttered every few seconds, like a tiny insect trapped inside. The convenience store door opened. The chime sounded. A man in a thick hoodie came out carrying a plastic bag, his head down. He walked across the lot without looking up, got into the sedan parked near the door, and sat there for a minute before starting the engine. Headlights flared, swept past me, and then he backed out and drove away, leaving the space empty again. My dash clock flipped to 9:58 p.m. A gentle knock on the driver's side window made me jump so hard I almost dropped my wallet. It was a light tap, just the knuckles, close to the side mirror. In the close, quiet bubble of the car, it sounded like a gunshot. I snapped my head to the left, heart banging against my ribs. Every horror story I had ever heard crowding into my throat at once. A face peered in at me, but not the one my brain had conjured. An older man stood just outside the glass, his eyes tired, but not threatening, his gray beard unkempt. He was wrapped in a patched brown jacket, 2 sizes too big, the collar pulled up against the cold. His hands were bare and red from the weather. He lifted them in a small, apologetic gesture when he saw how much he had startled me. I cracked the window an inch. The cold air slipped in immediately, bringing with it the smell of pavement and cigarettes, and the sugary scent of donuts from a vent somewhere. "Sorry, man," he said, his voice rough but quiet. "Didn't mean to scare you. You got any change?" The question was so normal, it almost felt surreal. Any change? In a nearly empty parking lot, under a security camera, 10 minutes before meeting a stranger about a phone that might already know my house. My brain had been ready for a knife, a gun, a demand to get out of the car. Instead, it was just a homeless guy asking for spare coins. I'm sorry, I stammered, which was half true. I had no change. Just a wallet full of bills I really did not want to flash. He nodded, the lines at the corners of his eyes deepening. "All right, have a good night," he murmured, already turning away. He shuffled off across the lot, heading toward the convenience store, his boots making soft, scuffing sounds on the pavement. I watched him go, my heart still racing, like I had just avoided something terrible. Tension that belonged in any American parking lot at that hour, I told myself. Nothing more. I rolled the window back up and locked the doors, even though they had already locked themselves when I started driving earlier. My fingers were shaking now. I checked the clock again. 9:59 p.m. I picked up my phone with one hand, more to give my nervous energy something to do than because I expected anything. No new messages. The app sat there, the last thing Derek had said still visible at the bottom of the screen. By the Dunkin'. 10 p.m. okay? Okay, I muttered to myself, as if he could hear me. Okay, I am here. Where are you? The minute ticked over. 10 p.m. Somewhere behind me, a car drove by on the main road, the purr of its engine rising and falling as it passed the plaza. The convenience store chime rang again. The neon at the nail salon clicked. The kid in Dunkin' yawned. 10:01. My phone buzzed in my hand. For a second, my stomach sank, thinking it would be a cancellation, some excuse, some "sorry, bro." Something came up that would send me back home with a cracked screen and the feeling of having wound myself up for nothing. Instead, the message preview slid down from the top of the screen with a different weight. "I am already here. I see you." The words were so ordinary and so wrong at the same time that my brain did not know what to do with them. Already here. I see you. I lifted my eyes from the glowing rectangle in my hand and looked out through the windshield, then turned slowly, scanning the parking lot through the side windows. The same pickup by the liquor store. The same sedan near where the man in the hoodie had been. A compact car I had not noticed before, near the far end, facing away. No engines idling. No doors opening or closing. No new headlights swinging in. If he was here, if he could see me. He was somewhere I had not thought to look yet. I did what everyone does when they get a message like that in a public place. I looked for headlights. Nothing new had pulled in while I was staring at my phone. The same handful of cars sat where they had been. No doors were open. No one was walking toward me. For a second, I wondered if he was inside the Dunkin' or the convenience store, looking out from behind the glass, watching me squint into the dark like an idiot. I was still scanning the storefronts when I saw the glow. A pair of headlights turned off Willow Road and swept slowly across the far end of the lot, lighting up the nail salon's windows and bouncing off the liquor store's faded sign. The car's engine sounded deeper than a compact's, more of a low, steady rumble. It took the turn into the plaza without hurry, rolling past the first row of empty spaces like it was window shopping. It was an SUV. Black, or at least dark enough that it looked black under the yellow lights. Not new. The shape was a little boxy, the kind of model that was probably 10 or 12 years old. The windows were tinted just enough that I could not see who was inside until it got closer. The SUV crept along the row opposite me, then looped back and settled into a space 2 down from my Corolla. Not right next to me, which would have felt too intimate, but close enough that if we both opened our doors, we would be facing the same direction, side by side. The engine cut off. The headlights dimmed and then blinked out, leaving behind after images swimming in my vision. For a moment, the SUV was just a dark shape in a pool of light. Both front doors opened at almost the same time. The driver got out first. He was taller than me, maybe 6 feet, with broad shoulders under a gray hoodie that had a football team logo on the front. I do not remember which team. At the time, I noticed only that the logo was a little cracked, like the hoodie had been washed 100 times. He wore jeans and sneakers, nothing remarkable, and a short, patchy beard darkened the lower half of his face. He looked like 100 guys I see at the grocery store every week. The passenger door opened more slowly. The man who stepped out on that side was shorter, maybe 5'7", with a baseball cap pulled down low over his forehead. The brim hit his eyes when he turned his head. He kept his hands in the pockets of his jacket and moved with a kind of loose, practiced ease, like someone who was used to standing around in parking lots. I knew, before either of them spoke, that this was my guy. The taller one, the driver, shut his door with a firm push and glanced straight at me. Then he lifted one hand in that half-wave gesture men use instead of an actual greeting. I saw his mouth move. I could not hear him through the glass, but I read the shape of the word, "Hey." He walked over, not quickly, hands where I could see them, like we were 2 neighbors meeting over a fence. He stopped a couple of feet from my door and gave it a light tap with his knuckles. Compared to the earlier knock from the homeless man, this one felt different, sharper, more deliberate. I cracked the window a few inches. Cold air slid in, sniffing around my face. The smells outside were sharper now. Fried sugar from Dunkin', gasoline, the faint chemical tang from the nail salon. "You the one from the app?" he asked. His voice was surprisingly light. Not high, just easy, casual. He had the faintest hint of some accent. Not foreign, just regional. East Coast, maybe. The kind of voice you hear in bars and break rooms. "Yeah," I said. "Pixel 6, right?" "Yeah, that's me." He gave a quick practice smile. "I'm Derek." He said it without offering a hand, which I was grateful for. My palms were damp. I did not want to touch anyone. I started, then stopped myself. I almost gave him my full name out of habit. "I'm the one who messaged you," I finished lamely. He chuckled once. Like that was good enough? "Cool, man. You want to do it here? Or..." He jerked his thumb toward the back of my car and the empty spaces beyond, an unspoken question about where we were going to stand. "Here is fine," I said, a little too quickly. I did not want to be too far from the camera or the lights. I killed the engine, tucked my wallet into my jacket pocket, and stepped out of the car. The air hit me harder outside. My breath clouded faintly in front of my face. The shorter man in the cab had not come any closer. He remained by the rear passenger door of the SUV, leaning back against it with one foot propped on the bumper. He had his head tilted down, looking at his phone, or pretending to. If he was watching us, he was doing it from under the shadow of his brim. Derek walked around to his trunk, pulled out a small cardboard box, and came back to stand between our two cars. He set the box on the trunk of my Corolla like it was a makeshift counter. "Here you go," he said. "Like I told you, almost new." The box was the familiar soft gray of Google packaging with the stylized G logo in color and the words Pixel 6 printed in small, neat type. It had a couple of faint scuffs on the edges, but nothing serious. He took the lid off with a practiced flick. The phone nestled inside on a cardboard cradle, wrapped in that thin plastic film manufacturers use. He peeled it off and handed the phone to me. Up close, it really did look new. Black, with the distinctive camera bar across the back, not a scratch on the glass or the frame. It had that slight, almost imaginary sheen of something that has not yet been dropped, pocketed, or stuffed into a cup holder. I turned it over in my hands, glancing at Derek. He was watching my face, not the phone. The corner of his mouth twitched like he was suppressing a smirk. "It's charged," he said. "Go ahead." I pressed the power button. The screen lit up with the Google logo, then cycled into the startup animation. No cracks, no dead pixels, no tint, smooth. While it booted, a breeze skimmed across the lot, lifting a piece of fast food wrapper and sending it skittering along the white lines. Somewhere on the road behind the plaza, a truck downshifted, the deep growl of its engine rolling over us like distant thunder. The hum of the rooftop units blended into all of it. The phone landed on a lock screen. No passcode set. I swiped up, and it opened to a clean home screen, a generic wallpaper, a handful of default apps in a neat row at the bottom. No weird background, no strange widgets. It looked exactly like it should. "Mind if I test a couple things?" I asked. "Be dumb if you didn't," Derek said. He stepped back half a pace, giving me space. I opened the phone app and typed in my own number. My old cracked phone was still in my jacket pocket, weighed down by broken glass and bad decisions. When I hit call, a second later, I felt the vibration against my chest and heard the muffled buzz from inside my coat. "Good sign," Derek said. I ended the call, then opened the camera. The screen showed the lot in front of me in crisp, yellow-lit detail. The rear of the pickup near the liquor store, the corner of the Dunkin' window, the pavement glistening where oil had soaked into it. I panned slowly, watching the image stay smooth and steady. When I swung the phone toward Derek, his face appeared on the screen. The light from the pole above us hollowed his eyes slightly, casting little shadows under his brow. The logo on his hoodie blurred into a dark patch. Behind him, over his shoulder, the guy in the cap was a vague outline, his head still angled toward his own phone. "Video works too," I muttered, mostly to myself. I flipped to the front-facing camera and saw my own face, tired, a little washed out in the harsh light. The cracks in my old screen had made every selfie look haunted. This one was too clear. I backed out of the camera, thumb hovering. The phone felt good in my hand, heavier than my old one, solid. I scrolled through the app drawer, half expecting to see something weird there. There was not much installed beyond the basics: browser, email, messages, photos, a couple of generic utilities. I knew enough, though, not to skip one thing. "Do you mind if I check Wi-Fi?" I asked. Derek shrugged. "Go ahead, man. It's not locked to anything." I pulled down the quick settings and tapped the Wi-Fi icon. The list of networks popped up, strong ones at the top, weaker ones below. The convenience store's network was there, labeled with the store's name and guest. The Dunkin's locked network showed up too, along with a couple of private routers from apartments or houses somewhere behind the plaza. All of those made sense. What did not make sense was the network at the very top of the list. It had a little padlock icon next to it, and the word saved under the name, which meant the phone had connected to it before and remembered it. The signal strength bar was low, only one notch, like whatever router it came from was far away. The name was what punched the air out of my lungs. Baker Family 5G. For a second, I thought maybe I was misreading it. The cracked screen on my old phone had made me miss-see things all week. Maybe this one was playing tricks on me too. But no, the letters were clear. Each capital and lowercase exactly where I'd put them when I set up my own Wi-Fi at home. And, in a brief fit of optimism, named it after myself and my son. Baker. Family. 5G. Because the installer had told me that made it faster and modern. The exact same name. Marked as saved. My mouth went dry. There's a particular kind of cold that starts in your chest and pushes outward that has nothing to do with the air temperature. "How's it look?" Derek asked. I must have let something show on my face because his tone shifted just a little, like he was curious which way this was going to go. I swallowed and forced my eyes away from the word on the screen, as if not seeing it could somehow make it less true. I thumbed the Wi-Fi menu closed, and when I looked up, Derek was already watching me closely. He smiled. Not wide, not friendly. Just a small, knowing curl at one corner of his mouth. "Looks like it already knows you, huh?" he said. The way he said it, under the buzzing lights and the humming air conditioners, with the night pressing close at the edges of the lot, made it feel less like a joke and more like a verdict. In the end, the part everyone worries about went exactly the way it was supposed to. No knife, no gun, no get in the car. Just money and an object changing hands under bad lighting. After I checked the Wi-Fi list and forced myself to pretend like that saved network name had not iced my spine, I cleared my throat and slipped the phone into my jacket pocket, more to buy myself a second than because I was done testing it. "So, 280, right?" I said. Derek's eyes flicked to my pocket, then back to my face. His expression did not change much, but something in his posture did. Shoulders shifting, chin coming up half an inch. "You sure you can't do 3? He asked. "I mean, you see what you're getting." He said it lightly, but there was a weight under the words. The kind where you are not sure if it is about the money or about seeing how much you will bend. I had known this was coming. I had even prepared for it, with that extra 40 folded away like a secret in my wallet. If I had been going by the script in my own head, this is where I would sigh, hand over an extra 20, and both of us would feel like we had won. But thinking about that saved network name, about the way he had said, "It already knows you," left a sour taste in my mouth. I reached into my pocket, pulled out my wallet, and slid the agreed amount out carefully. 14 20s, folded once. I held them between us in one hand. "You listed it for 280, I said, keeping my voice as steady as I could. "That is what I have." It was not entirely true. My fingers brushed the edge of the zipped compartment where the extra bills were tucked away. I kept my face smooth and my eyes on his. For a moment, we just stood there. His gaze dropped to the money, then back up to me. The humming from the rooftop units seemed louder, the air between us thicker. Then he smiled again, that small, thin version of a smile that never quite reached his eyes. "We are good, man," he said, and took the cash. He folded it once more in his fist, like I had, then slipped it into the front pocket of his hoodie. No counting, no flipping through to make sure it was all there. Either he trusted me, or he did not care enough to double check. "Enjoy the phone," he added, almost as an afterthought. "It is a good one." The shorter guy by the SUV had barely moved the entire time. As Derek walked back toward his vehicle, they exchanged a quick look I could not read and a few low words I could not hear. The man in the cap glanced in my direction once, briefly, then pushed himself off the side of the SUV and opened his door. The whole encounter, start to finish, could have been a textbook example of a safe, normal marketplace deal. Two cautious strangers, a clean product, cash on the hood of a car, a couple of practiced lines, and then everyone returns to their respective lives. That was what I tried to tell myself as I got back into my Corolla and closed the door. Inside the car, the air had already cooled off again. The seat felt cold under me, the fabric slightly rough against my back. I turned the key, and the engine turned over with a familiar shudder. The dashboard lights flared to life, the radio coughed on mid-song, and the heater fan started in a weak wheeze before gathering strength. I set the Pixel on my thigh, its black screen reflecting a faint ghost of my face and the parking lot lights above. The cracked old phone sat heavy in my jacket pocket, suddenly feeling obsolete and wounded. I took a breath, long and slow, and told myself, "It is done. You got the phone. You did not get robbed. You did not get stabbed. You did everything right." Outside the windshield, the plaza looked exactly as it had 15 minutes earlier. Duncan still glowing, the kid inside now restocking a pastry case, the nail salon's neon still twitching, the convenience store's door chiming occasionally as people went in and out. I pulled the Pixel back into my hand and pressed the power button. It woke instantly, bright and clean. I went through the first setup steps I had skipped in the lot. Language, time zone, connect to mobile network later, sign in with Google now. The keyboard responded smoothly under my thumbs as I typed my email address and password. No ghost touches, no dead zones. A small loading icon spun in the corner for a few seconds while it checked info. As it did that, something changed in the air outside. At first, I thought it was just the heater fan increasing speed, but then I realized it was a different sound entirely. The soft, irregular patter of tiny impacts on glass. I looked up. Rain. Not a downpour, just a fine, misting sort of rain that you barely see until you are out in it. Droplets started appearing on the windshield in speckled constellations, catching the light from the pole above in a way that made them look almost metallic. As more fell, they merged into thin streaks that slowly slid down the glass, tracing curved paths. The rain made a faint tapping sound as it hit, not even enough to drown out the other noises, just another layer. Tick, 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 over the hum of the rooftop units and the distant growl of traffic. Every so often, a slightly larger drop would hit with a sharper talk that made my skin prickle, even though I knew exactly what it was. The engine ticked softly as it settled into idle, tiny metal sounds from a machine that had been warmed and then asked to wait. A faint hiss of air slipped around the edges of the doorframe, where the rubber seals were not as tight as they used to be, bringing in the damp, cool smell of wet asphalt. On the screen, the loading icon vanished, and a new message appeared, signing in. Then, "This may take a few minutes." Of course it might. cloud backups are like that. Photos and contacts and apps all trickling down from a server somewhere into the slim rectangle in my hand. Little pieces of my life lining up invisibly in its memory. To pass the time, I tapped the Photos icon. The gallery opened to a mostly empty grid. There were a few images already there. Not mine. Not yet. The stock promo pictures manufacturers preload on devices to show off the screen. A landscape with mountains under a dramatic sky. A close-up of a flower so sharp you could see the veins in the petals. A city skyline at night. Every window a pinprick of light. Mixed in with those were 3 or 4 other photos that did not look like defaults. One was a blurry shot of a dashboard, not my dashboard. The speedometer and fuel gauge were arranged differently. The steering wheel logo smeared into a white oval by motion. Streetlights streaked across the windshield as pale orange smears. Another showed part of a car interior from the passenger seat. A forearm resting on a thigh in worn jeans. A hand gripping a paper coffee cup. Outside the window, only darkness and the faint suggestion of another car's headlights. The last one was so dark it was almost all black. When I squinted and turned the brightness up, I could just make out the outline of a rear-view mirror, and, in it, the hint of a face obscured by a baseball cap brim. The reflection was warped by motion blur, the features smeared into a gray suggestion. They looked like the kind of accidental photos you get when someone taps the camera by mistake while pulling a phone out of their pocket. Nothing clearly incriminating. Nothing clearly anything. I told myself I would delete them later when I had finished setting everything up. For the moment, they slid off my mind like water off the windshield. I backed out of the gallery and watched as little icons began to appear one by one on the home screen. Familiar apps ghosting into place from my backup. Email, banking, weather, messaging, the eternal red notification dot on YouTube. The dash clock said 10:18 p.m. It was late. I was tired. My eyes ached from the combination of cheap office lighting and staring at screens all day. The heater had finally caught up, making the interior of the Corolla comfortably warm, almost drowsy. I hit the home button, let the pixel screen go dark, and set it face down on the passenger seat. It landed with a soft thud, sliding a couple of inches on the worn fabric. Time to go home, I thought. Time to be done with this. I shifted the car into reverse and glanced up automatically, checking the rear-view mirror and then the side mirrors out of habit. The SUV was still there. It had never occurred to me to check whether they would leave immediately after the deal. In my head, the script had them driving off as soon as the cash hit Derek's pocket. Maybe with a casual wave, maybe without. That is how my past transactions had gone. Quick, simple, transactional. But now, looking past the tiny droplets on my side window, I saw the same boxy shape, 2 spaces down, sitting under its own puddle of yellow light. The rain had beaded up on its hood and roof, turning the dark paint into a sheet of tiny, glistening domes. The engine was off. The headlights were dark. Its license plate was a gray rectangle I could not read at that angle. The man in the baseball cap was not visible anymore. His side of the vehicle was angled away. In the driver's seat, behind the slightly tinted glass, there was a silhouette. Shoulders, head, the faint movement of an arm. Derek. He was facing in my direction. Because of the angle of the light and the tint, I could not see his face, could not tell if he was looking at his own phone or staring straight at my car. From where I sat, he was just a dark shape in a darker box, patient and still. My hands tightened on the wheel. I told myself he was just giving his friend a ride somewhere after, that he was checking his messages, that he was counting the money I had given him, that he had a right to sit in his own car as long as he liked. But as the wipers squeaked once across the glass, I did not remember turning them on and cleared a fresh path through the droplets. The only thing my brain could wrap itself around was how wrong it felt that I was getting ready to leave, and he wasn't. In the end, the part everyone worries about went exactly the way it was supposed to. No knife, no gun, no get in the car, just money and an object changing hands under bad lighting. After I checked the Wi-Fi list and forced myself to pretend like that saved network name had not iced my spine, I cleared my throat and slipped the phone into my jacket pocket, more to buy myself a second than because I was done testing it. So, 280, right? I said. Derek's eyes flicked to my pocket, then back to my face. His expression did not change much, but something in his posture did. Shoulders shifting, chin coming up half an inch. You sure you can't do 3? He asked. I mean, you see what you're getting. He said it lightly, but there was a weight under the words. The kind where you are not sure if it is about the money or about seeing how much you will bend. I had known this was coming. I had even prepared for it with that extra 40 folded away like a secret in my wallet. If I had been going by the script in my own head, this is where I would sigh, hand over an extra 20, and both of us would feel like we had won. But thinking about that saved network name, about the way he had said, "It already knows you," left a sour taste in my mouth. I reached into my pocket, pulled out my wallet, and slid the agreed amount out carefully. 14 20s, folded once. I held them between us in one hand. You listed it for 280, I said, keeping my voice as steady as I could. That is what I have. It was not entirely true. My fingers brushed the edge of the zipped compartment where the extra bills were tucked away. I kept my face smooth and my eyes on his. For a moment, we just stood there. His gaze dropped to the money, then back up to me. The humming from the rooftop unit seemed louder, the air between us thicker. Then he smiled again, that small, thin version of a smile that never quite reached his eyes. "We're good, man," he said, and took the cash. He folded it once more in his fist, like I had, then slipped it into the front pocket of his hoodie. No counting, no flipping through to make sure it was all there. Either he trusted me, or he did not care enough to double check. "Enjoy the phone," he added, almost as an afterthought. "It is a good one." The shorter guy by the SUV had barely moved the entire time. As Derek walked back toward his vehicle, they exchanged a quick look I could not read, and a few low words I could not hear. The man in the cap glanced in my direction once, briefly, then pushed himself off the side of the SUV and opened his door. The whole encounter, start to finish, could have been a textbook example of a safe, normal marketplace deal. Two cautious strangers, a clean product, cash on the hood of a car, a couple of practiced lines, and then everyone returns to their respective lives. That was what I tried to tell myself as I got back into my Corolla and closed the door. Inside the car, the air had already cooled off again. The seat felt cold under me, the fabric slightly rough against my back. I turned the key, and the engine turned over with a familiar shudder. The dashboard lights flared to life. The radio coughed on mid-song, and the heater fan started in a weak wheeze before gathering strength. I set the Pixel on my thigh, its black screen reflecting a faint ghost of my face and the parking lot lights above. The cracked old phone sat heavy in my jacket pocket, suddenly feeling obsolete and wounded. I took a breath, long and slow, and told myself, "It is done. You got the phone. You did not get robbed. You did not get stabbed. You did everything right." Outside the windshield, the plaza looked exactly as it had 15 minutes earlier. Duncan still glowing. The kid inside now restocking a pastry case. The nail salon's neon still twitching. The convenience store's door chiming occasionally as people went in and out. I pulled the Pixel back into my hand and pressed the power button. It woke instantly, bright and clean. I went through the first setup steps I had skipped in the lot. Language, time zone, connect to mobile network later, sign in with Google Now. The keyboard responded smoothly under my thumbs as I typed my email address and password. No ghost touches, no dead zones. A small loading icon spun in the corner for a few seconds while it checked info. As it did that, something changed in the air outside. At first, I thought it was just the heater fan increasing speed, but then I realized it was a different sound entirely. The soft, irregular patter of tiny impacts on glass. I looked up. Rain. Not a downpour, just a fine, misting sort of rain that you barely see until you are out in it. Droplets started appearing on the windshield in speckled constellations, catching the light from the pole above in a way that made them look almost metallic. As more fell, they merged into thin streaks that slowly slid down the glass, tracing curved paths. The rain made a faint tapping sound as it hit, not even enough to drown out the other noises, just another layer. Tick, 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 over the hum of the rooftop units and the distant growl of traffic. Every so often, a slightly larger drop would hit with a sharper tock that made my skin prickle, even though I knew exactly what it was. The engine ticked softly as it settled into idle, tiny metal sounds from a machine that had been warmed and then asked to wait. A faint hiss of air slipped around the edges of the door frame where the rubber seals were not as tight as they used to be, bringing in the damp, cool smell of wet asphalt. On the screen, the loading icon vanished and a new message appeared, signing in. Then, "This may take a few minutes." Of course it might. Cloud backups are like that. Photos and contacts and apps all trickling down from a server somewhere into this slim rectangle in my hand. Little pieces of my life lining up invisibly in its memory. To pass the time, I tapped the Photos icon. The gallery opened to a mostly empty grid. There were a few images already there. Not mine. Not yet. The stock promo pictures manufacturers preload on devices to show off the screen. A landscape with mountains under a dramatic sky. A close-up of a flower so sharp you could see the veins in the petals. A city skyline at night. Every window a pinprick of light. Mixed in with those were 3 or 4 other photos that did not look like defaults. One was a blurry shot of a dashboard, not my dashboard. The speedometer and fuel gauge were arranged differently. The steering wheel logo smeared into a white oval by motion. Streetlights streaked across the windshield as pale orange smears. Another showed part of a car interior from the passenger seat. A forearm resting on a thigh in worn jeans. A hand gripping a paper coffee cup. Outside the window, only darkness and the faint suggestion of another car's headlights. The last one was so dark, it was almost all black. When I squinted and turned the brightness up, I could just make out the outline of a rearview mirror, and in it, the hint of a face obscured by a baseball cap brim. The reflection was warped by motion blur, the features smeared into a gray suggestion. They looked like the kind of accidental photos you get when someone taps the camera by mistake while pulling a phone out of their pocket. Nothing clearly incriminating. Nothing clearly anything. I told myself I would delete them later, when I had finished setting everything up. For the moment, they slid off my mind like water off the windshield. I backed out of the gallery and watched as little icons began to appear one by one on the home screen. Familiar apps ghosting into place from my backup. Email, banking, weather, messaging, the eternal red notification dot on YouTube. The dash clock said 10:18 p.m. It was late. I was tired. My eyes ached from the combination of cheap office lighting and staring at screens all day. The heater had finally caught up, making the interior of the Corolla comfortably warm, almost drowsy. I hit the home button, let the Pixel screen go dark, and set it face down on the passenger seat. It landed with a soft thud, sliding a couple of inches on the worn fabric. Time to go home, I thought. Time to be done with this. I shifted the car into reverse and glanced up automatically, checking the rear-view mirror and then the side mirrors out of habit. The SUV was still there. It had never occurred to me to check whether they would leave immediately after the deal. In my head, the script had them driving off as soon as the cash hit Derek's pocket. Maybe with a casual wave, maybe without. That is how my past transactions had gone. Quick, simple, transactional. But now, looking past the tiny droplets on my side window, I saw the same boxy shape 2 spaces down, sitting under its own puddle of yellow light. The rain had beaded up on its hood and roof, turning the dark paint into a sheet of tiny glistening domes. The engine was off. The headlights were dark. Its license plate was a gray rectangle I could not read at that angle. The man in the baseball cap was not visible anymore. His side of the vehicle was angled away. In the driver's seat, behind the slightly tinted glass, there was a silhouette. Shoulders, head, the faint movement of an arm. Derek. He was facing in my direction. Because of the angle of the light and the tint, I could not see his face. Could not tell if he was looking at his own phone or staring straight at my car. From where I sat, he was just a dark shape in a darker box, patient and still. My hands tightened on the wheel. I told myself he was just giving his friend a ride somewhere after, that he was checking his messages, that he was counting the money I had given him, that he had a right to sit in his own car as long as he liked. But as the wipers squeaked once across the glass, I did not remember turning them on, and cleared a fresh path through the droplets. The only thing my brain could wrap itself around was how wrong it felt that I was getting ready to leave, and he wasn't. For a second, I forgot how to drive. Seeing that picture, my own car, from behind, on the same rain-dark road I was on, did something to my brain. The world narrowed down to the glow of the screen and the white line slipping past under my headlights. My hands jerked on the wheel, and the Corolla swayed toward the dotted line between lanes. A horn blared somewhere to my left. I snapped my eyes up, heart slamming, and yanked the wheel back just enough to correct. The tires hissed on the wet asphalt. In my rearview mirror, the SUV's headlights bobbed once, steadying again in my lane like nothing had happened. I forced myself to shove the phone face down onto the passenger seat, as if covering the screen could make the image less real. My pulse was beating in my fingertips, hot and rapid. The steering wheel felt slick under my palms, sweat making the textured plastic slippery. Do not crash, I told myself. Do not die in some stupid accident because you cannot handle a text. The first clear thought that cut through the panic was simple and absolute. I could not go home. Not directly. Not with them glued to my back bumper and sending me pictures of it. I pictured pulling into my usual spot on the street, the SUV rolling in behind me, both vehicles idling under the street lamp in front of my house. I pictured them sitting there, watching, memorizing which door I went into, counting windows. I pictured waking up at 3 in the morning to the sound of my front doorknob turning, or not waking up at all. I took the next right without signaling, more abrupt than I should have. The back of the car fishtailed a little on the damp road before the tires grabbed again. In the mirror, the SUV's headlights swerved, then followed, its engine growling a little louder as it matched my speed. This street cut away from my usual route and angled toward the highway. There was a 24-hour gas station up that way, a place I had stopped at a handful of times on early work mornings and late drives home from my ex's town. It had bright lights, cameras, and most importantly, other people, witnesses. If I could not get them off my tail, maybe I could at least make it, so they had to follow me somewhere I was not alone. I tried not to speed, but my foot was heavy. The Corolla's engine whined a little higher than usual, the needle on the speedometer creeping up. Streetlights flicked past in a rhythm. Light, dark, light, dark. The rain drew silver streaks in the beams. Behind me, the SUV kept perfect distance. The turnoff for the gas station came up sooner than I wanted it to. A battered sign announced, "Fuel and Mart." Open 24 hours, in peeling red letters. Underneath it, a smaller plastic board advertised cheap coffee and 2-for-1 energy drinks. I clicked on my blinker this time, partly to look normal, partly because I did not want to give them an excuse to rear-end me, and took the ramp off the main road toward the station. The lot was its own little island of harsh fluorescent light. 4 pumps stood in 2 rows under a square canopy, each topped with bright digital price displays. The concrete around them was stained dark in spots from years of spills. Beyond the pumps, connected to the canopy by a slab of wet pavement, was a small rectangular building with big glass windows and automatic doors. More security cameras sat at the corners of the roof, little black bulbs staring down. The glow from inside the store made the night feel even darker beyond its edges. I pulled up to the pump closest to the building, under a bank of the brightest lights. The station was almost empty. One pickup truck idling by the farthest pump, a driver inside staring straight ahead, the pale blue wash of his dashboard lighting his face, no one else visible. My gas tank was just above the halfway mark. I did not actually need fuel, but I pulled in close, shut off the engine, and slid out of the car like I had business there. The cold hit me immediately, the damp air wrapping around my ankles and wrists where my jacket and jeans did not quite meet. The lights overhead buzzed faintly, a high electric insect sound. I forced myself not to look toward the road right away. Instead, I moved through the motions of a normal human being at a gas station. Card in, zip out, select grade, pull the nozzle, click it into the tank. The smell of gasoline rose up, sharp and chemical, a little comforting in its familiarity. The pump's display cycled through its little animations before settling on the numbers. I set it to fill slowly, even though there was no reason to fill at all, and braced one hand on the side of the car, pretending to watch the digits climb. My breath came out in small, white puffs. Only then did I let myself glance up, past the line of pumps, toward the entrance to the lot. The road I had come off was a few dozen yards away, separated by a low curb and a patch of dying grass. Traffic was sparse, a car now and then whispering by on wet asphalt. The glow of their headlights smeared in the damp. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then the black SUV appeared, cresting the small rise of the ramp. It did not turn in. It stayed on the main road, gliding slowly past the entrance, almost like someone was craning their neck to look without committing. As it drew, even with the gas station, the red brake lights flared briefly, reflecting off the wet pavement in a dull crimson smear. The SUV eased over toward the shoulder, tires hissing on the painted line, and came to a stop parallel to the lot, its nose just slightly past the sign that advertised the station's prices. From where I stood, I could see the side of it clearly, the shape of the doors, the contour of the roof, but the windows were still dark. The engine did not cut out. I could hear the low rumble of it, distinct from the higher idle of the pickup truck at the far pump and the constant mechanical whine of the station's lighting. It was like a big animal breathing just out of reach. Maybe it was not even them, I told myself, with a desperation that felt childish. Lots of people drive black SUVs. Lots of people pull over for a minute to check their phone, their GPS, whatever. But the timing, the route, the picture on my phone, my own sense of being on a string, pulled along behind something I could not see clearly. None of that lined up with coincidence. The pump handle clicked loudly, the automatic shutoff snapping from engaged to dead. The sound made me jump, my heart already tuned to hear small, sudden noises as danger. I pulled the nozzle out, set it back into its cradle. The screen on the pump flashed my total, a number I barely registered. Somewhere in the distance, beyond the dark field behind the station, a freight train horn blew, long and low. The sound stretched thin as it threaded through the cold night. A cardboard advertisement sign tied to one of the pump columns rattled in the wind, its plastic zip ties creaking. It had a picture of a smiling family and cheap snacks blown up too large. In that fluorescent glare, their faces looked almost sickly, like something about them had been left too long under harsh light. The automatic doors to the station whooshed open behind me with a soft hydraulic sigh. I turned my head just enough to see inside. The cashier was a kid, younger than me by at least a decade, sitting on a high stool behind the counter. The TV mounted in the corner played a commercial. Two bright colors and two loud voices muffled by glass. He was not watching the cameras or the pumps. He was looking at his phone, one elbow propped on the counter, his chin resting in his hand. If I ran inside, I thought, if I told him that the black SUV on the shoulder was following me, that the people in it had sold me a phone that already knew my house and sent me pictures of my car, what would he do? Call the cops? Laugh? Nod politely and go back to his screen? The SUV's brake lights flickered again, a brief glow in the corner of my vision. I could not stand in the open anymore. I walked back around the front of my car, feeling the texture of the concrete under my shoes, and opened the driver's side door. Getting into the Corolla felt like climbing into a thin shell. I shut the door, the thunk sounding too hollow. Inside, the heater was off. The interior was cool, the windows starting to fog at the edges from the difference in temperature. The gas station's lights turned the glass into a mirror from my side, my own pale, tense face looking back at me, The Pixel lay where I'd left it on the passenger seat. Its screen was dark. As I reached for the keys, the phone vibrated again. The buzz was short but violent in the small space, a wasp trapped in a jar. I froze, my hand hovering over the ignition. For a second, I considered leaving it, just driving, pretending I had not heard anything. But ignoring it would not make it stop existing. If they were bold enough to send me a picture while tailing me, they would not stop because I refused to look. I picked it up, my thumb trembling against the glass. Another message from the same unknown number. No text, just a video thumbnail this time. A small rectangle with a grayed out play icon in the center. The preview image showed something blurry and bright, too zoomed in to make sense of. My first instinct was to delete it without opening. My second was stronger. Some awful compulsion to know exactly how far this was going to go. I tapped. The video started mid-motion, no lead-in. The camera was zoomed tightly on a sign. The same Fuel and Mart, open 24 hours, sign that stood at the edge of the gas station lot. The red letters filled the frame, jittering slightly as whoever held the phone adjusted their grip. Rain speckled the image, tiny dark dots against the white background. The shot held there for a beat, long enough for my brain to lock onto the details. The crooked E, the crack in the plastic near the corner, the way the fluorescent tubes inside made the whole thing hum with an almost invisible flicker. Then the camera pulled back, the frame widening in a shaky arc. My stomach dropped as the scene zoomed out to reveal more. The full sign, the edge of the lot, the bright canopy of pumps under harsh white light. And my car, unmistakable, sitting at the nearest pump. I could see myself, a small shape in the driver's seat, head bent slightly toward the glowing rectangle in my hands. The perspective was from the shoulder of the road, a few dozen yards away, exactly where the SUV had stopped. The camera shifted again, swinging around with a jerk. For half a second, the view blurred into rain and darkness, and then it steadied on the reflective surface of a car window. I was looking at the side of the black SUV. In the glass, warped by curvature and moisture, I could see two silhouettes inside. The driver's profile, the slope of a nose, the line of a hoodie, and the passenger, still in that cap, turned not toward the road, but slightly inward, like they were both leaning closer to watch something. Me. The video did not last long. Just enough time for the camera holder to adjust the angle, lingering for a second on their own hand holding the phone, fingers pale against the dark interior. And then there was a sound, right before the clip cut off. It was not loud. It was not theatrical. It was a small, breathy chuckle, distorted by the phone's microphone, bending at the edges. The kind of laugh someone gives themselves when a joke lands exactly the way they wanted it to, and no one else knows yet that they are the punchline. Leaving the gas station felt like peeling myself off flypaper. The video was still open on the Pixel when I killed it with my thumb. The last frame burned into my eyes. My car, under the harsh canopy lights, framed from a distance, and that warped reflection of two people sitting in the SUV, close enough to count the breaths between us. The little distorted laugh at the end seemed to hang in the air of my car long after the audio stopped. I did not delete it. I should have, maybe. Or I should have saved it somewhere, emailed it to myself, something that people who make rational decisions would do. Instead, I just backed out to the messages and dropped the phone face down on the passenger seat again, as if hiding the screen would change what I knew. My keys were still in my hand. I realized I had been gripping them so tightly that the metal edges had left little crescent marks in my palm. I started the engine. The Corolla shuddered awake with that same familiar vibration. The heater fan came on, a low wheeze that built to a steady hum. Outside, the fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered. The pickup truck at the far pump was gone. The lot felt weirdly empty for a place so bright. I checked my mirrors before backing up, more carefully than usual. The road in front of the station was visible between the poles and the curb, a slice of slick black, occasionally cut by the passing glow of headlights. I did not see the SUV. No boxy silhouette, no low, idling shape on the shoulder. That did not make me feel better. I pulled away from the pump, rolling slowly toward the exit, half expecting them to appear from some blind spot, the way they had on the road, the way they had in the parking lot. The canopy's edge passed over my windshield. Rain beaded and began to race each other down the glass again. At the end of the small ramp that led back to the main road, I hesitated. Home was to the right, 3 or 4 turns, a couple of predictable traffic lights, then my neighborhood. I could have been in my driveway in 10 minutes, maybe less. That was the route my hands wanted to take out of habit. I turned left instead. The wheels thumped over the seam where the ramp met the road. The highway entrance loomed up ahead. Green signs, wider lanes, a flow of taillights sliding off toward other towns. I did not get on it. I skirted the edge, taking another exit that cut through a residential grid I almost never used. The houses here were different from the townhouses on my block. Single-family homes sat back from the road behind short stretches of lawn. Some had white picket fences, others chain link. A few had inflatable decorations staked into the grass. Deflated now, wet nylon slumped over itself. It was late November, so there were still some leftover pumpkins on porches, caving in slowly on themselves, and a couple of early Christmas wreaths hanging on doors like reminders that normal people were looking ahead to normal holidays. Mailbox after mailbox lined the curb, most with house numbers painted or stickered on the side. Yellow porch lights lit up rectangles of steps and railings, while other houses were completely dark, blinds closed tight. The rain blurred the edges of everything, making it all look slightly softer, like a movie that had been smudged. I turned the radio off completely. The silence inside the car was not truly silent. There was the sound of the tires hissing on wet pavement, the rhythmic complaint of the wipers, the steady drone of the engine. But without music or voices, those mechanical noises felt louder, more intimate. Every few seconds, without meaning to, I glanced at the rearview mirror. The first time, there was nothing behind me, just a stretch of road disappearing into darkness, street lights throwing down cones of light at measured intervals. The second time, a small sedan turned onto the street behind me, its headlights bouncing as it hit some uneven patch of asphalt. It stayed back, a respectful distance, never closing the gap. I checked again 2 blocks later. Still the sedan. I craned my neck a little, trying to make out details. Smaller frame, different grille, its roofline lower than the SUV's boxy silhouette. A little white minivan turned off at an intersection, its taillights blinking. I kept my own speed steady, not wanting to draw attention, but not willing to crawl either. My route became a zigzag of decisions I barely remember now. Right at a stop sign where I would normally go straight. Left at a light I usually ignore. Through a neighborhood with identical ranch-style homes and solar-powered garden lights stuck in the lawn. I passed a park I had never noticed before. Its swings glistening with rain, chains hanging still in the empty darkness. Each time I changed direction, I checked the mirror. The sedan behind me peeled off down a side road at some point, leaving my lane empty. For a while, there was nothing at all. Then, a white minivan took up that space for a few minutes, its rounded shape and taller profile easy to distinguish. Its license plate was different too. I caught a flash of different state colors when the streetlight hit it at an angle. No SUV. No familiar headlights hanging just a bit too close. You lost them, I told myself under my breath, more like an experiment than a fact. You cut them off. They got bored. They scared you. That is what they wanted. It worked, and now they are gone. Maybe it was some twisted prank. Maybe they liked the feeling of tailing someone, sending creepy photos and videos, then peeling away at some random turn to leave the victim driving around in circles on streets they did not know. It was sick, but it was also possible. People did worse things every day for less reason. The thought did not make me feel safer, but it gave my mind a shape to wrap around. If they just wanted to scare me, I thought, they got their show. Maybe they are laughing about it in some group chat right now, talking about that guy who kept looking in his mirror. Maybe the phone was part of the game. Maybe they had loaded the Wi-Fi with networks on purpose, renamed one to match mine after sniffing my traffic in the plaza. The theories clattered around my head like loose change. Another red light brought me to a stop at the edge of a smaller commercial strip. A darkened laundromat, a pizza place with its neon sign off, a dentist's office that looked strange without people. The rain tapped gently on the roof. I checked the mirror. No one directly behind me. A pair of headlights a good distance back, moving too slowly to be an immediate concern. My heart rate, which had been punching hard against my ribs since the gas station, started to ease off. Not back to normal, exactly, but down from the sharp, animal panic that had gripped it. I took a left toward the general direction of my house, trusting my internal map more than the cluttered lines on any GPS. The streets were familiar again now. Small intersections with four-way stop signs, the occasional speed bump, the same model of mailbox repeated in clusters. I caught a glimpse of the green highway sign I usually pass under on my standard route. Only this time, I was approaching it from the side. A strange angle on something I thought I knew, like seeing your own face from a security camera instead of a mirror. The longer I drove without seeing that black shape in my mirror, the more plausible it seemed that I had actually lost them. It did not make sense logistically for them to keep up the chase forever. Gas cost money. Time cost money. If this was about a few extra dollars for the phone, they had not gotten it. Maybe, I tried to convince myself, the tailing and the media were some twisted way of getting even, a petty power move that lost its flavor once I refused to bite the bait and pull over somewhere dark. The tension ebbed in small increments. My shoulders loosened a little. My grip on the wheel shifted from a death clamp to something closer to normal. My eyes still flicked to the mirrors more than usual, but the act started to feel less like a compulsion and more like precaution. Neighborhoods began to look more like the ones near my own. Clusters of townhouses, mailboxes grouped on corners, Narrow streets lined with parked cars and recycling bins. A couple of houses still had jack-o'-lanterns on their steps, their carved faces now slumped and mold-specked. Others had plastic turkeys in the yard, left over from Thanksgiving. Holiday seasons stacking on top of each other like layers. The road I was on narrowed and dipped under a stand of taller trees. For a few seconds, the branches overhead blocked out most of the street light, and my headlights had to do all the work. That was when I saw it. On the opposite side of the road, just beyond the reach of my passenger side headlight beam, a car sat pulled over against the curb. Its lights were off. No interior glow, no running lights. Just a hunched, dark shape in the rain. I tried to tell myself it was just a parked car. Someone who lived in one of the houses nearby. Someone who preferred the street to a crowded driveway. But something about its outline snagged at my brain. The roofline, the angle of the hood, the way the rear window sloped. It looked like an SUV, an older one, dark. I was moving too fast to see details. Not speeding, just going at a normal clip for a road like that. And by the time my eyes had fully registered the silhouette, I was already pulling past. As I went by, a tiny point of red flared in the driver's side window. Just a pinprick of color, there and gone again. The unmistakable ember of a cigarette being drawn on. It hung in the air behind me like an afterimage, burned onto the back of my eyes, the same way the video and the photo had. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was some other guy, some other car, some other night, and I was just pattern matching my fear onto him. But as I turned onto the road that would finally, eventually lead back to my own street, I could not shake the feeling that I had not cut the string as cleanly as I wanted to believe. Maybe I had just given whoever was holding it more time to decide how they were going to pull. By the time I recognized the last big intersection before my neighborhood, my jaw hurt from how hard I had been clenching it. The world started to look familiar again in pieces. First, it was the tall billboard that sits above the grocery store, the one that cycles between ads for injury lawyers and car dealerships. The same grinning faces promising checks and low APR that I have ignored for years. Then the small convenience store on the corner, its sign buzzing faintly. A couple of tired cars always half-crooked in the lot. The bus stop with the glass shelter and the graffiti scratched into the plexiglass, empty at this hour except for a forgotten soda cup on the bench. I watched all of it slide by through the wet windshield and kept glancing at the rearview mirror, waiting for that boxy shape to reappear. It did not. There were cars behind me, but they were normal cars at normal distances. A mid-sized sedan that peeled off toward the grocery store. A pickup that turned right at the light. No one clinging to my bumper. No low, steady rumble that matched my speed like a second heartbeat. The closer I got to home, the more my surroundings compressed into the narrow routine I knew too well. The big road dipped and narrowed. The traffic lights gave way to four-way stops, and the buildings shrank from strip malls to clusters of townhouses. My street looks like every other townhouse street in the state. Rows of two-story units march along both sides, identical floor plans, disguised only slightly by different choices in shutters and paint. Small trees planted by the developer years ago line the sidewalk, their trunks thin, branches just thick enough to rattle when the wind blows. Mailboxes are grouped together at the end of the block in a metal cluster that looks like a safe someone forgot to bring inside. Streetlights stand at measured intervals, casting cones of soft yellow over the parked cars and concrete. A few porches still had string lights left over from earlier in the month. Small orange bulbs shaped like pumpkins, now dark, or multicolor strands someone had been too lazy to take down between holidays. Porch lights here and there glowed warm, a few windows spilling TV flicker onto the front yards. As I turned into the street, the familiarity hit so hard it almost made me dizzy. The rain, the gas station, the SUV, the video. For a moment, they all felt like a bad scene I had driven through on the way back to a different movie. Outside, I could hear the things that usually mean home. The distant whir of someone's central AC unit bolted to the side of their house, its fans cycling on and off with that dull metallic clack. A dog barking one street over, the sound bouncing off siding and fences until it was directionless and thin. Somewhere, a TV laugh track coiled up from an open window, the tinny applause leaking into the night. I rolled slowly down the block, passing the same cars I see every day. The red minivan with the soccer ball sticker, the gray sedan that always parks a little too close to the crosswalk, the pickup with the ladder strapped to the top. My own place came into view on the right, wedged between two nearly identical units, its small square of lawn darker now in the wet. I usually park on the opposite side of the street, directly across from my front door. There is no assigned parking here. It is first come, first served along the curb. That night, my usual spot was open, a gap of asphalt waiting between a white compact and a dark blue SUV that had not moved in weeks. I pulled in, nose pointed toward the end of the block, and eased the car parallel to the curb. The tires kissed the edge with a soft bump, and I shifted into park. The engine ticked as it settled. The wipers froze mid-swing when I clicked them off, leaving a smear of water at the edge of my vision. The heater hummed for a few more seconds, then wound down when I cut the ignition. Silence pooled in the car in stages. Out there, under the streetlights, everything looked so ordinary it almost hurt. My unit's front steps were a pale rectangle leading up from the small concrete path. The patch of grass on either side was patchy and damp, with a few stubborn weeds dark against the ground. The small bush by the front window drooped under raindrops, leaves glossy. The porch light I had left on glowed over the door, a tired yellow circle pushing back the dark just enough to make the frame stand out. I did not get out right away. Instead, I sat there with my hands still on the wheel, feeling my heart thud in my chest, and scanned the mirrors one more time. Rear view. Nothing but the curve of the street behind me, the faint rise where it feeds back into the main road. No cars turning in, no headlights suddenly flaring. Left side mirror, the line of parked vehicles, rain tracing slow paths down their sides, the hollow echo of a cul-de-sac being quiet for the night. Right side mirror, the opposite curb, the edge of the sidewalk, the small strip of grass, the low outline of the bush by my front window, branches shifting slightly in the breeze. No black SUV, no idling engine, no watching silhouettes. I listened hard. No low idle, no extra set of tires hissing up behind me, no squeak of brakes pulling to a stop. Just the distant dog, now quieter. The faint, muffled whoosh of a highway several blocks away. The small ping of cooling metal in my own car. "You're here," I whispered to myself, like a ridiculous little pep talk. "You made it. They are not here." The Pixel sat dark on the passenger seat, screen turned away from me as if sulking. I did not touch it. I did not want to see if there was another message waiting, another image I could not unsee. For now, I wanted the illusion that if I did not wake it up, it could not touch anything inside this block of houses. Finally, when the cold started to seep in through my jacket and the windshield began to fog lightly near the edges, I forced myself to move. I grabbed my old phone from my pocket, more out of habit than need, shoved both it and my wallet deeper into my jacket, and opened the car door. The night air rolled in, damp and cool, brushing over the warm skin of my face and hands. I stepped out onto the street, the soles of my shoes slapping lightly on the wet asphalt. The door shut with a solid thunk that echoed a little between the rows of houses. Instinct made me hit the lock button on my key fob twice. The Corolla answered with a sharp bip, bip, and a flash of its hazard lights, 2 brief bursts of orange that lit up the silver paint, and then were gone. The sound felt too loud in the quiet, like I had coughed during a prayer. I stood there for a second beside the car, listening. Nothing changed. No porch lights flicked on like someone had been waiting. No curtains twitched in the windows. No engines growled to life from around the corner. Across the street, my front door waited at the top of the small concrete walkway that cut through the grass. The porch light above it buzzed softly, a nearly inaudible electric hum. The blinds in the front window were closed, slats angled down, blocking any view of the living room inside. I walked up the sidewalk, feeling every step. The little trees along the curb rustled faintly, leaves tapping together. Somewhere farther down, a wind chime clinked half-heartedly, a thin, metallic sound. My shoes made dull, wet sounds as I crossed the street and stepped onto the narrow path leading to my porch. The concrete was slick with a film of rain. The hedges flanking the window brushed the side of my jacket as I passed, cold water soaking through the fabric in tiny patches. The closer I got to the door, the more I felt the urge to look over my shoulder. I told myself it would be stupid to keep checking, that if anyone had followed me all the way here, they would not be standing under the streetlight where I could see them. But the feeling was there anyway, that sense of being observed, familiar now, residing under my skin. I gave in and glanced back once. The street lay behind me, empty. Parked cars lined the curb like sleeping animals. A plastic trash can 2 doors down sat at the edge of a driveway, its lid slightly askew. The white minivan with the soccer sticker. The blue SUV that never moved. Nothing out of place. If there was a watcher, they were deeper in the dark than I could see. I turned back to my door. My welcome mat is a cheap thing I grabbed from a big box store when I first moved in. Gray, with the word home printed in black across the middle. The O replaced by a cartoon heart. It is a little corny, but my son liked it. He told me it made the house look less empty. I step over it every day without thinking. The pattern of the letters burned into my peripheral vision. That night, as I reached the top of the steps, my brain snagged on the mat before my eyes did. It was not where it should have been. Normally, the mat sits square in front of the door, aligned with the frame, edges parallel to the concrete. Whoever installed the door had left a little rectangle of space that fits it almost perfectly. I am not obsessive about it, but I notice when it has drifted more than an inch or two, usually after my son has come barreling in with muddy shoes and scuffed it. Now, it was skewed, not by much, just rotated a few degrees off center, one corner nudged closer to the wall, the other pointing out toward the steps. The letters of home were angled, the heart tilted. It looked like someone had stood on it, twisted their foot, and then not bothered to straighten it again. I stared at it longer than any piece of cheap rubber deserves. Maybe the wind, I thought. Maybe when you slammed the door earlier, you knocked it. Maybe you did it yourself this morning and did not notice. It was the kind of thing you could explain away easily if you were not coming home from a night of being followed by your own rear bumper in someone else's camera. My hand went automatically to the doorknob. The metal was always cool to the touch at night, but as my fingers wrapped around it, I felt a bite of cold that surprised me. Not the general chill of November air on metal, but a sharp, almost oily cold, like something that had been sitting in a freezer and then brought out. For a fraction of a second, an image flashed through my mind. Another hand, not mine, closing around that same knob not long before. Larger, maybe, or smaller, wrapped in a sleeve that smelled like someone else's house. Turning it gently, testing. I stood there on my own porch, fingers curled around the doorknob, staring down at the crooked mat with its tilted little heart, and tried to decide which was worse, that the cold and the shift were coincidences, or that they weren't. The lock turned smooth. That was the first thing that bothered me after the doorknob. No resistance, no grit, no little hesitation the way it sometimes does when the weather changes and the frame swells. The deadbolt slid back like it had been used recently, oiled by someone who cared about how quietly it moved. I told myself that was a good thing, that maybe I had oiled it more recently than I remembered, that maybe the landlord had done some maintenance. Anything except the picture of a key that did not belong to me turning in my front door. I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. The click of the latch sounded too loud in the small entryway. The house greeted me the way it always did, with machines. The refrigerator in the kitchen hummed steadily, a low, droning presence behind the wall. The furnace in the basement was between cycles, but there was the faint ticking of cooling metal and the subtle feeling of warm air still seeping from the vents. Somewhere in the living room, the cable box's tiny fan whirred softly, even though the TV was off. I flipped on the kitchen light. Yellow poured down from the overhead fixture, flattening shadows and bringing the small space back into focus. The countertop, with its scattered mail and the cheap bowl where I dumped my keys. The sink, with one mug and a fork waiting to be washed. The stove, dark and cold. The frozen lasagna tray still sitting on top, half-eaten and congealing under a crinkled sheet of foil. I set my keys down on the counter, the metal clinking against the laminate. The sound felt grounding. I toed off my shoes, nudged them into their usual spot by the door, and just stood there for a second, listening. No footsteps above me. No creak of stairs. No whisper of a door frame shifting under someone's weight. The only thing on the other side of my front wall was the quiet, anonymous presence of another unit, and whoever lived in it, their TV was on. I could hear it. A faint, muffled murmur through the drywall. A laugh track leaking through when the audience on screen clapped. It was almost enough to make me feel stupid again for being afraid of my own hallway. I walked over and locked the door, twisting the deadbolt until it seated with a solid thunk. I pulled on the knob once, just to confirm. The door held. I considered sliding a chair under the knob, like people do in movies. There was one right there at the small dining table pressed against the wall. But the image of that felt too dramatic, like a line I was not ready to cross. Instead, I turned off the overhead hall light and left just the kitchen light on, letting it spill in a soft V down the entryway. Cozy, I told myself. That was the word, cozy. I went to the living room and clicked on the small lamp in the corner, then clicked it off again. Too much. I did not want the front window glowing like a fish tank with me inside it. I settled for the single kitchen light, casting its warm rectangle over the table and part of the couch. I sat down at the little dining table, the wood worn smooth where my elbows always land, and set the Pixel 6 down in front of me. My old laptop was already there, half open from earlier in the week when I had last pretended I would catch up on personal emails. I flipped it fully open and wiggled the trackpad until the screen woke, bathing the table in a colder, bluer light. The Pixel screen came alive when I picked it up. The lock screen showed the time, 12:08 a.m., and the little Wi-Fi icon in the corner was already full. Underneath it, the name of the network glowed in clean white letters. Baker Family 5G, connected. For a second, my thumb froze above the glass. I had not entered the password. I knew that. I had not opened the Wi-Fi menu, had not tapped my network, had not done the little dance of trying to remember if I had capitalized the B or the F the night I named it. The phone had just slid in. Maybe Google account syncs Wi-Fi passwords now, I thought. Maybe when you sign in, it pulls saved networks from your old device. Maybe this is just how things work now. That was plausible. That was rational. That was an answer I could live in. I held on to that idea like a handrail and tapped the home screen. My Google account had already pulled in the basics. Email app with a fat red number on it. The calendar full of reminders about bills and my son's custody weekends. A few social apps I did not scroll as much as I used to, their icons sitting there like quiet habits. I opened the Play Store and started rebuilding my little digital life. Banking app, work email, weather, the streaming service I used to fall asleep to old sitcoms. Each download added another progress bar, another line of text. Installing, installing, installing. The house settled around me, the way houses do at night. The wall clock by the fridge ticked in steady, comfortless beats. The vents sighed as the furnace came on again, sending a low shudder through the floor. The neighbor's TV rose and fell in volume, the cadence of some sitcom dialogue seeping through, punctuated by fake laughter. At some point, a dog barked outside, sharp and brief, and then cut off, as if shushed. I opened the Photos app again, half dreading, half needing to know what would show up. The gallery was still mostly bare. A few of those stock images, the blurry car interior shots I had seen in the lot, and now, a handful of new photos the phone had quietly taken during the night without me noticing. Accidental taps as I moved it. Brief frames of my own dashboard, the gas station sign, the wet road ahead. I saw the contour of my own hand on the steering wheel in one, the flash of the speedometer in another. Nothing from inside my house. Nothing that should not be there. Yet, I backed out and tried to focus on normal tasks. I logged into my bank app, squinting at the two-factor authentication code that displayed on my laptop. I typed out my password into my work email, watching the little dots fill the field. I let the phone sync my contacts, the list of names scrolling past, mom, ex, boss, Mike next door, binding this strange device tighter into my life with each confirmation. By the time I finished, the clock on the wall read 12:32 a.m. My eyes burned. The adrenaline from the drive and the gas station had ebbed into an exhausted, hollow feeling. The sounds in the house had faded into their usual nighttime rhythm. Fridge humming, furnace blowing, clock ticking. No rattling doorknobs. No quiet engines outside. I told myself I would just do one last pass. I stood up, stretched my stiff back, and checked the deadbolt on the front door again. Still locked. I peered through the peephole, another habit I had acquired in the months before this, and saw nothing but the distorted fisheye view of my own front steps and the patch of sidewalk beyond, empty under the streetlight. I turned off the kitchen light, plunging the downstairs into darkness except for the thin gray glow coming from the blinds where the street lamp bled through. The shapes of the furniture reassembled themselves in my eyes. The couch, the low TV stand, the railing of the stairs. I could navigate it almost without thinking. I picked up the Pixel and my old phone and headed up the creaking stairs, each wooden step complaining softly. The house sounded different from above, the furnace more distant, the fridge hum replaced by the faint rush of air through the vents. In my bedroom, I turned on the small lamp on the nightstand and shut the door behind me. The room was a little cooler than downstairs, the window glass sweating faintly with condensation. The bed, unmade from the night before, yawned like an open mouth. I plugged the Pixel into the charger on the nightstand, watched the little lightning bolt icon appear on the battery, and set it down next to the lamp. For a second, it lay there face up, screen glowing. My own wallpaper, a photo of my son with a soccer ball under his arm, slid into place as the backup finished. His smile looked strange in the context of the last few hours. I turned the phone face down. The old, cracked phone went onto the dresser, out of reach. A relic, a shard. I changed into an old t-shirt and sweats, the routine motions feeling almost obscene after the night's weirdness. Brush teeth, wash face, turn down the covers, check the alarm on the Pixel one more time, making sure it was set for 7 a.m. Normal things for a normal day to follow a not normal night. When I finally turned off the lamp, the room sank into a soft, grayish darkness. Street light filtered in around the edges of the blinds, painting faint stripes on the ceiling. I lay on my back for a while, staring at them, listening to the house. The vent in the corner whispered warm air. The neighbor's plumbing made a dull thump as someone flushed, followed by the rush of water in the walls. The clock downstairs kept ticking, the sound thin but insistent through the floorboards. My brain replayed the drive in loops. The SUV behind me at the light, the white flare of its headlights, the minivan's different plate, the dark shape on the side of the road with the cigarette ember in its window, the video's last frame, me at the pump, them watching. Every time my thoughts drifted toward sleep, some small noise pulled me back. A car passing on the main road 2 blocks over, the faint whistle of wind at the corner of the eaves, the dull clunk of the furnace shutting off. Eventually, though, exhaustion did what logic and comfort could not. My thoughts frayed at the edges. The images blurred. The noises became part of a generalized hush instead of separate, sharp things. I felt myself loosening, sliding down toward that place where you stop being aware of the room you are in. I do not know how long I was actually out. It felt like minutes. It was probably closer to an hour. I know, because when I cracked my eyes open in the dark, they went first to the digital alarm clock on my dresser, its green numbers floating above the shadows. 1:47. The house was quiet, in that strange way it gets sometimes. The furnace was between cycles. The fridge, if it was humming, was too far away to hear. No passing cars at that exact moment. No neighbor's TV bleeding through. That was when I heard it. A sound from downstairs. Soft. Precise. Not a crash. Not a bang. Not something dramatic enough to bolt upright to. Just a single tiny mechanical noise. A delicate click, like metal against metal. Distant, but clean. The sound you hear when a latch engages or a lock turns the last few degrees into place. Or when a door that has been held half open is eased, very gently, shut. It was so quiet that if I had been in deeper sleep, I would not have heard it at all. I held my breath without meaning to, every muscle going rigid. The darkness in the room felt heavier suddenly, pressing in on my ears. I waited. No footsteps on the stairs, no floorboards creaking under weight, no second click of another door, no soft whoosh of air as something moved through the hallway. After a few seconds, the furnace kicked on again with its usual hollow thump and low, rising roar. The familiar sound shoved the smaller one back into the cracks of my mind. Houses make noises, I told myself. Things expand and contract. Pipes shift. Locks settle. Maybe I had not turned the deadbolt fully earlier, and it decided to finish the job now. With all the delicacy my fingers had lacked, I lay there, forcing myself to breathe normally, staring at the faint stripes of light on the ceiling, listening for anything else out of place. Nothing came. Eventually, my eyelids got heavy again. The numbers on the clock blurred. The steady rush of the furnace became a blanket I could wrap around that single problematic click. By the time I drifted off the second time, I had almost convinced myself that I had dreamed it. Almost. Morning made me feel stupid. That is the thing about daylight. It comes in like an apology for whatever your brain did to you in the dark. The first thing I remember is the alarm, that same bland digital tone rising out of my nightstand. Then the soft gray of the ceiling shifting lighter as my eyes adjusted. The thin stripe of sun that had found its way between the blinds and drawn a line across the opposite wall. For a few seconds, I lay there and did not remember why my chest was already tight. Then the night came back in fragments. The SUV in my mirror, the video at the gas station, the cold doorknob, the click at 1:47. I stayed still, listening. The house sounded like any house in the suburbs at 7 in the morning. Outside, a truck rumbled slowly down the street. The garbage truck, judging by the clang of bins and the hydraulic whine. Somewhere nearby, a car door slammed, followed by the muffled rise of a voice calling out to someone. In the distance, the faint whoosh of the highway, constant and indifferent. Inside, my world was coffee and carpet and routines. The furnace turned on with its usual hollow thump, sending a ribbon of warm air through the vent near the ceiling. The pipes in the wall clicked as someone in the next unit took a shower. My alarm finally cycled off when I thumbed the screen. The Pixel lay on the nightstand where I had left it, face down, the charging cable coiled loosely around it. For a moment, I considered leaving it there, pretending I had to go one day without a phone. Then I thought about missed calls from work, texts from my ex about our son, emails that would pile up and make the next day worse. Normal life has a way of insisting on itself. I rolled onto my side and picked it up. The screen woke at my touch, the time and date sliding into view. No new messages from unknown numbers. No new media previews waiting like traps. Just the usual. A couple of app notifications, an email badge, the little calendar icon reminding me it was Thursday. I flicked through them. Work email, a note about a staff meeting next week. Banking app, a standard alert about unusual login activity. Mine, from last night, when I set it up on the new device. A weather notification telling me it would be cold and clear. All boring, all normal. If the men in the SUV had done anything overnight, it was not visible from here, inside this small, bright rectangle. I got up, showered. The water snapped me the rest of the way awake, hot and familiar. I brushed my teeth, watched my own tired face in the mirror, trying to see if there was anything different about it. Some mark of what had happened. There was not. Just the same lines, the same faint dark circles. Downstairs, I turned on the coffee maker, an old drip machine that makes a sound like a small engine, and scooped grounds into the filter. The kitchen filled with the smell of cheap coffee as it began to hiss and drip into the pot. The counter felt reassuringly solid under my palms. I unlocked the front door and cracked it just enough to glance outside. The street was alive in a small way. Trash cans sat at the curb like plastic soldiers waiting for collection. A neighbor in a blazer was hustling to his car, a paper coffee cup in one hand. A woman walked a dog in a bright harness, the leash taut. My Corolla sat where I had left it, dew beating on the windshield. No black SUV. No unfamiliar vehicles parked in places they did not belong. No silhouette smoking in idling cars. I shut the door, locked it again, and leaned my head briefly against the cool wood. You scared yourself, I thought. You got lucky too, probably. They followed you for a while, had their fun, and bailed. End of story. The thing about routines is, you cling to them harder when you are rattled. So I did what I always do. I poured coffee into my chipped mug. I added too much sugar. I flicked the TV on for the morning background noise. A local anchor talking about traffic and school board meetings with the same fake warmth. I grabbed a granola bar. I checked the Pixel again, thumb scrolling through my inbox as I ate. Everything loaded quickly. The phone was fast, almost aggressively smooth. It did not glitch. It did not delay. The newness of it kept wanting to overwrite the unease, like a car salesman talking louder than your doubts about the warranty. I pocketed it, grabbed my keys, and headed out to work. The drive-in looked like every other drive-in. The same intersections, the same sequence of lights I could predict almost to the second. The billboard with the lawyer's smile. The stretch of Willow Road where Willow Plaza sits. I made a point of not looking directly at it as I passed, focusing instead on the gray ribbon of lanes ahead. In the rearview mirror, cars, sure, a white sedan, a delivery van, a blue SUV with a roof rack. None of them sticking to me, none of them dropping back when I changed lanes, none of them making my pulse jump. By the time I pulled into the company parking lot, the events of the night before had filed themselves into a strange compartment in my head. Not exactly over, but suspended, wrapped in quotation marks. The office smelled like toner and burnt coffee and cold air from the vents. The fluorescent lights hummed above the cubicles, washing everything in flat white. Keyboards clacked, printers whirred. The phone at the reception desk rang once, twice, then cut off. The overhead speaker crackled to life at 9 sharp. Good morning, everyone. Just a reminder, there will be an IT systems update tonight starting at 8 p.m. It was the same speech every week, almost word for word. Normalcy, delivered in tinny corporate tones. I slid into my cubicle, dropped my bag, and woke my work computer. The dual monitors flared up with spreadsheets and email clients, lines of numbers waiting to be tamed. I set the Pixel down next to my keyboard, screen facing me, and tried not to watch it. "Nice phone," someone said behind me. I swiveled my chair. It was Dan from 2 cubes over, holding his coffee mug like he needed it to survive the next 10 minutes. "Pixel 6, right?" he asked. "You finally ditched that shattered thing?" "Yeah," I said, lifting it a little. Got tired of cutting my thumb every time I tried to answer a call. "Carrier deal?" he asked. "Local app," I said, "like Marketplace. Some guy selling it cheap." He whistled softly. "Hope you did not get robbed in a parking lot," he joked. The words hit harder than he meant them to. I forced a laugh. "No, man. Public strip mall. Lots of lights. It was fine." I did not mention the part where my own car had starred in someone else's video. He nodded and went back to his cube. The overhead speaker finished its announcement. People settled into the day's work. My inbox filled steadily. By the time lunch rolled around, the morning had almost convinced me. I had answered emails. I had double-checked invoices. I had refilled my coffee at the break room pot, standing in line behind 3 other people, all staring at their own phones. The Pixel had sat next to my keyboard, buzzing occasionally with mundane notifications. A sale at a store I never shop at. A random promotional email from my ISP. At noon, I took my sandwich and my phone to the break room, sat at one of the plastic tables under the harsh light, and decided to use the 20 minutes of peace to get something actually useful done. Finished dealing with my photo backup. Google Photos was still syncing from my old device. A small spinning circle in the corner let me know it was busy pulling pieces of my life out of the cloud and slotting them into this new glass rectangle. I opened the app, the grid, filled with tiny squares, each one another moment. My son in his soccer uniform, cheeks flushed, hair sweaty, the birthday cake from his last party, frosting smeared, a picture of my cubicle with a sarcastic caption I had sent to a friend, shots of my TV screen when I wanted to remember something in a show, pictures of takeout containers, receipts, random clouds. I scrolled, watching the dates jump backwards. October, September, August. I did not expect to see the living room photo, the one taken from the stairs, because I had deleted it the night before, in a small act of defiance against the chill it gave me. As I flicked past the days where it would have landed, my stomach still clenched slightly, waiting for a flash of that angle. Nothing. Clean gaps where it might have been, filled instead with other things. A blurry shot of my son building a Lego tower, a screenshot of an email, a picture of the highway in the rain. Delete it from the device, delete it from the backup. That was how it worked if you did it early enough. The app had apparently listened. For reasons I could not quite explain, that made me feel worse, not better. Like I had erased evidence without realizing it. I kept scrolling until the repetition of images, duplicate angles, similar meals, my kid's face in slightly different moods, made my eyes blur. Then I tapped on the 3-line menu to see what else was in there. There was a folder labeled Camera, another for screenshots, one for downloads, and, near the bottom, one called Device Images. I frowned. Device Images. It was tagged with the Pixel's model name, not my old phone. The little preview image over the folder looked dark, mostly black, with a smear of gray in one corner. It did not resemble any of the stock photos or the gas station shots I had seen. I tapped it. The folder contained only a handful of pictures. 4, to be exact. The first was one of the blurry dashboard shots I had already noticed. Instrument cluster and steering wheel, lights smeared by motion. The second was the wet road ahead from the night before, taken from my car on instinct. The third made my scalp tighten. It was the interior of a car, sure, but not my car. The dashboard was older, the design bulkier, with a different layout of knobs and vents. The steering wheel was wider, with a logo in the center I did not recognize immediately, but knew was not Toyota. The plastic trim looked worn smooth at the edges, the texture faded. The photo had been taken from the driver's seat, angled slightly so that most of the frame was occupied by the view out the windshield. Darkness, faint glows of distant streetlights, the vague suggestion of other vehicles' lights smeared by the exposure. Rain tracks on the glass caught the camera flash and turned into pale veins. But it was the rear-view mirror that my eyes locked onto. In the upper center of the frame, the mirror floated like a little dark rectangle. In it, warped by the curve of the glass and the low light, was the partial reflection of a face. A baseball cap brim cut across the forehead, the bill pulled low. Under it, shadowed eyes. The lower half of the face was a blur of chin and stubble, mouth slightly open as if mid-breath. The angle of the arm suggested the person was holding the phone up, snapping the picture toward the windshield, catching themselves in the mirror by accident. Except there was nothing accidental about the way the camera seemed to center on that reflection. It had that off-kilter, too-close feel of a selfie someone took without smiling. As if the point of the image was not the road, or the dashboard, or the night, but the person in that seat, looking back through their own mirror. The hat, the shape of the jaw, the posture. It looked a lot like the passenger in the SUV. For a second after they disappeared beneath the bottom edge of the window, nothing happened. That was almost worse than immediate noise. The silence pressed in, thick and waiting. I let the blind slat drop back into place and stepped away from the glass, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Move, I told myself. Do something. I did not have a plan, just instincts. I went for the light switches. The living room lamp and overhead were already off, but the glow spilling in from the kitchen made me feel exposed, like someone standing on a stage. I crossed the carpet in 3 quick strides and hit the switch for the overhead light in the kitchen, plunging most of the downstairs into darkness. I left the little under-cabinet light above the stove on. It was habit. I always left that one at night, a small yellow square in the house's center. Tonight, it threw a low, murky glow over the countertops and part of the floor, just bright enough that I would not walk into furniture, just dim enough I hoped it would not silhouette me in any obvious way. The fridge hummed. The clock ticked. The furnace stayed quiet. My palms were slick. The pixel was a rectangle of cold glass in my hand. I moved toward the front door, not directly, but along the wall, keeping my back to the drywall, like that would somehow make me smaller. The hallway felt too narrow, the air thicker here, as if I was stepping closer to some boundary I had always assumed would hold. Halfway there, I heard them. Footsteps on the concrete path outside. Not hurried, not soft. A measured, unhurried pace. Shoes, not boots. Rubber soles on damp cement. Each step a faint, definite scuff. They grew clearer as whoever it was came nearer, then changed in tone when they hit the wooden steps up to the porch. The porch steps creaked, It is a sound I know well. My own weight makes them complain every day. Tonight, it was like someone had hooked that familiar noise to a car battery. Each groan of wood under a stranger's feet made my skin crawl. One step, then another. Then the small shift of weight you get when someone reaches the top and adjusts their stance. Then they were right on the other side of my door. I stopped beside the wall that runs adjacent to the entryway, close enough that I could reach out and touch the doorframe if I wanted to. I did not want to. I pressed my shoulder against the cool drywall, phone clamped in one damp hand, the other hand hovering uselessly in the air, not quite sure whether to reach for the deadbolt or not. The first knock nearly lifted me off the floor. It was not frantic, not someone pounding. It was heavy. A closed fist connecting in 3 slow, deliberate impacts. Thump, thump, thump. The sound echoed through the hollow space of the front hall, vibrating up through my feet. There was a pause afterward, a silence that felt expectant, like whoever was out there had stepped a little closer to listen. "Hey, man," a voice called. Male, mid-range, familiar in the worst way. "Hey, man, open up. You got the wrong charger in the box. We just want to swap it." It was casual, almost friendly. Derek's voice, flattened through the wood. The kind of tone you would use with a neighbor who accidentally took your Amazon package. For a heartbeat, some stupid social reflex tried to kick in. Wrong charger. Reasonable complaint. Normal people do make mistakes with electronics. Then my brain replayed the tale on the road, the gas station video, the SUV under the streetlight, the photo of my car, the 2 figures stepping out and walking toward my house. I did not answer. My throat had closed up anyway. My tongue felt thick, my mouth bone dry. Even if I had wanted to say something, I am not sure I could have made any sound that did not betray the panic vibrating in my chest. Silence stretched. The fridge hummed again, louder for a moment. The under-cabinet light buzzed faintly. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and fast, too loud in my own ears. The knocking resumed. Same pattern. 3 impacts, slightly harder this time. Thump, thump, thump. "Come on, man," Derek called. The friendliness in his voice frayed just a little around the edges. "We ain't trying to cause problems. You got my charger, I got yours. Open up, we'll swap, and we're out." My brain flashed a picture of myself actually doing it. Unlocking the door, chain sliding, opening it a crack. Derek on the stoop, hoodie and patchy beard. The shorter man in the cap hovering at his shoulder. A little cardboard box held out between us. The exchange. The door closing again. Everything fine. Then the version where they do not let the door close. I stayed pressed to the wall, every muscle in my body wired tight. I held the phone in front of me like a lifeline, thumb hovering near the emergency call button I had never used. The second voice cut in. It was lower, flatter, the way it had sounded in my head when I watched him sitting there in the SUV passenger seat, staring at my rear window. "We saw you at the window," he said. No preamble, no fake friendliness, just a statement. "We know you are home." The air in my lungs turned to ice. They were not guessing. They had watched my blinds move, seen my outline behind the glass, clocked my curiosity like a weakness. For a second, the weight of the house felt wrong, like all the walls had turned to cardboard and any pressure from the outside could cave them in. I squeezed the phone so hard my fingers hurt. They knocked again, shorter this time. 2 impacts. Less patient. Then the sound changed. A small, high metallic noise, almost delicate compared to the blunt thumps of knuckles on wood. A faint chick-chick, followed by a slow, testing scrape near the level of the lock. The kind of sound you hear when someone fiddles with a stubborn key, or when something thin and metal is being slid into a place it does not belong. It came again, slightly louder, right at the deadbolt's height. My body reacted before my brain did. I flinched so hard my shoulder hit the wall. The pixel slipped in my sweaty grip, almost jumping out of my hand. I caught it clumsily against my chest, fingers scrambling over the glass. They were trying something. Maybe just testing. Maybe serious. Maybe they were seeing how far they could push before I made a sound. My thumb smeared across the screen. The phone woke to my home screen, their earlier image still lingering in my mind, even though it was not visible now. I should have hit 911. That is what all the what to do articles tell you. That is what anyone at a comfortable distance from this story will say. I froze. On the other side of the door, the metallic sound stopped. There was a murmur I could not make out, like one man speaking close to another's ear. A faint shuffling of feet on the porch. The pixel vibrated in my hand, short, sharp. A single buzz that felt like a jolt up my arm. For a heartbeat, I thought it was some system alert, a calendar reminder, anything but what it was. My thumb moved almost on its own, swiping down the notification shade. New message from unknown. The same kind of banner as the ones on the road and at the gas station. Same generic gray circle where a contact photo would be. Same string of numbers I did not recognize. Another small metal chick sounded against the lock. I tapped the notification. The messaging app opened. At the top of the thread, no name, just the number. Below it, a single bubble with no text, only a photo thumbnail that loaded in stages, blurred colors sharpening into something too familiar. My own stomach did something that felt like dropping and clenching at the same time. I tapped the image. It filled the screen. The first thing I recognized was my couch. Same cheap dark fabric, same sag in the middle cushion where I always sit. The lamp in the corner, turned off, just a shape. The TV screen, black and reflective. The small rug, slightly crooked in front of the coffee table. The angle was wrong. It was not from eye level. It was from above. Whoever took the picture had stood on the staircase and aimed the camera down at the living room. The banister ran along the bottom edge of the frame, a familiar wooden line. The field of view swept from the front door, on the left, across the couch, toward the wall with the TV on the right. It was almost identical to the eerie photo I had found and deleted from my old phone in a moment of uncomfortable denial. The same composition. The same perspective I had told myself I must have accidentally chosen and then forgotten. Only this one was sharper, more deliberate. In the center of the couch, half covered by a throw blanket, was me. Or rather, a version of me from some other night. I was on my side, facing the TV, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. The blanket had slipped down enough to show my t-shirt, the one with a faded band logo on it. One arm lay along the back of the couch, relaxed. My face looked soft in sleep, unguarded in a way I have never seen in a mirror. The living room lights were off in the picture. Only the pale glow from the TV screen lit the scene, turning my skin into a washed-out mask. In the top right corner of the photo, overlaid in white text, was the timestamp. 1 week earlier, Mr.Shadow, 3 a.m. The phone's metadata did not care about my denial, my need to believe I had taken that earlier picture myself. It had recorded the exact day and time someone had stood on my stairs and photographed me unconscious in my own house. The message itself, the caption, sat under the image in a small gray bubble. You looked different when you were sleeping. On the other side of the door, something scraped softly against the lock again, as if they were taking their time now, enjoying the attempt. My brain did something I've never felt it do before. It did not think. It did not weigh options. It snapped. The picture on the screen, the caption, the muted scrape at the lock downstairs, all of it stacked into one clear command: get away from the door. I do not remember deciding to move. 1 second, I was pressed against the wall by the entryway, staring at the photo of myself sleeping in my own house. The next, my legs were already propelling me toward the stairs. I backed away first, careful to keep my footsteps as soft as possible until I reached the corner where the hallway meets the living room. Once I was out of direct line with the door, something in me broke loose. I turned and ran. The carpeted stairs absorbed some of the sound of my feet, but not all. The boards underneath creaked in protest as I took them two at a time, phone clutched in my hand so hard it hurt. Halfway up, I glanced back over my shoulder, a stupid reflex, as if I expected to see the front door splintering open in slow motion. I could not see the door from that angle, just the dark outline of the entryway, the faint glow of the under-cabinet light in the kitchen, and the shape of my own shadow sliding over the wall as I climbed. Behind me, another small metallic sound kissed the air, a soft chick. More deliberate now, more confident, like whoever was working at the lock had settled into a rhythm. I reached the top of the stairs and turned left into my bedroom, slammed the door, and locked it with a shaky twist of the little thumb turn. The lock on that door has always felt like more of a courtesy than a barrier, a flimsy thing meant to keep kids out, not men with tools. That night, it might as well have been a bank vault for the way I treated it. I stepped back from the door, breathing like I had sprinted a mile. The room felt smaller, the ceiling lower, the shadows thicker. The only light came from the glow of the street lamp outside filtering through the blinds, cutting the room into soft bands of gray. My thumb fumbled at the pixel screen, slick with sweat. I backed out of the text thread with the picture and jabbed at the dialer. 911. It rang once, twice. Each tone seemed to echo in my ear like a heartbeat. 911, what is your emergency? The operator's voice was steady, practiced, with that calm, almost bored edge they get from hearing panicked people all day. It hit me so hard I almost laughed, a hysterical sound that got tangled in my throat. There are 2 men outside my house, I said. My voice came out thinner than I expected, breathy. They followed me home last night, and they are at my door right now. They just tried my lock. Okay, sir, I need you to take a breath, she said. Are they inside your house or outside? Outside, I said, on my porch. They knocked. They said they want to swap a charger, but they sent me pictures of my house, from inside, from last week, of me sleeping. I did not take them. My tongue tangled over itself. Saying it out loud made it sound insane. Sir, slow down, she said, still calm. Start with your address. I rattled it off automatically. Street number, street name, city, zip code. Things drilled into me by years of filling out forms. Okay, I have your address, she said. You said 2 males are outside your door. And they have been trying the lock. Yes, I said. I heard. It sounds like tools. And they were at my window. They said they know I am home. They texted me a picture from inside my house from a week ago. I swear to God they were in here. There was a pause. I could hear the faint clicking of keys on her end, distant voices in the background, other operators, other emergencies. Do you know if they have any weapons? She asked. I have not seen any, I said. No gun, not that I can see. They were in a black SUV, older model. There were two of them, one named Derek. I met them last night to buy a phone, and they followed me, and... You met them last night? She cut in gently. Okay. Are all the doors locked right now? Yes, I said. Front door is locked. Back door is locked. I am in my bedroom, second floor. Door is locked. Good. Stay in that room, she said. Her tone changed slightly. More clipped now. More business. Do not go downstairs. Do not confront them. I am dispatching officers to your address right now. Can you stay on the line with me? I nodded, before remembering she could not see me. Yes. Okay? Yes. As if on cue, a sound floated up from below. 3 more knocks on the front door. Close enough together that they blurred. Thump, thump, thump. They sounded slightly duller from up here, filtered through floorboards and air, but they still vibrated in my bones. Are they still knocking? The operator asked. Yes, I whispered. My legs felt weak. I sank down to sit on the edge of the bed, the mattress springs creaking under my weight. The phone was slick in my ear. I switched hands, wiping one palm on my pants. A second later, something else joined the knocking. A lighter, sharper tap. Not on the door this time, but on glass. Once, twice. A pause. 3 times. It came from the direction of the kitchen. The window above the sink, if I had to guess. The sound of knuckles, or something small and hard testing the pane. Do you have any pets in the house? The operator asked. No, I said. No, just me. Okay. Officers are en route, she said. They are a few minutes away. Stay in the room. If you can safely do so, tell me if you hear them move around the house. As if she had choreographed it, I heard it. Footsteps along the porch, then the faint scrape of shoes on the concrete path, moving sideways. A slight thud as someone stepped off the path into the damp grass. Then the softer sound of steps along the side of the house, where the soil and gravel meet near the foundation. I think they are going around back, I said. I hear them by the kitchen. Another tap on glass, this one harder. The picture in my mind showed the smaller man, the one in the cap, peering through the kitchen window, one hand cupped around his face to cut the glare, the other rapping gently on the pane like he was calling a cat. A muffled sound followed, a laugh. Low, brief, like someone amused with their own joke. It floated through the walls, up the stairs, through the open vent near the ceiling. A fragment of that same twisted chuckle I had heard on the gas station video. My skin crawled. Sir, do you have any weapons in the home? The operator asked. No, I said. Just kitchen knives. A baseball bat in the closet downstairs, but I'm not going down there. That is okay, she said. You do not need to confront them. Officers are coming. Stay where you are. The furnace chose that moment to shut off again. The sudden absence of the low roar left a vacuum for smaller sounds. I heard the faint rattle of the back doorknob, twice. Then that same metallic testing noise at the rear lock, a gentler chick-chick, more tentative. The back door was older than the front, the deadbolt sticky in winter. I pictured them back there, fingers sliding tools into old metal, trying to coax it to yield. "Back door," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "They are trying the back door now." "Okay," she said, her voice a metronome. "Thank you for telling me. They should not be able to get in if everything is locked. Officers are on street name now. You may see their lights soon. Do not go to the window until I tell you." The clock on my nightstand said 11:46 p.m. The seconds crawled. For a stretch of time that felt both eternal and absurdly short, the house was a map of sound. A faint scrape at the back door, then nothing. A whisper of movement along the side of the house. The soft flex and groan of the porch steps again. A knock, harder this time, against the front door. A single impact that rattled the frame. A punctuating exhale of breath, audible even through wood and drywall. I pressed the phone harder to my ear, as if I could hide inside the operator's voice. "You are doing good, sir," she said, sensing the silence on my end. "Officers are almost there. They are instructed to approach cautiously. Stay away from the windows until I say. We do not want them to mistake you for anyone else." "Okay," I said. The word felt small. Outside, somewhere farther up the block, a car door slammed. Then another. For half a second, my body misread the sound as a repeat of the double cop cop from earlier, and my heart spiked all over again. Then a new sound cut through the neighborhood, the distant wail of a siren, not full-throated, more like a short burst, just enough to warn intersections. It came closer, then cut off, replaced by the soft rush of tires and the hum of engines. "Do you hear them?" the operator asked. "Yes," I said. "I think so." "Good. Stay where you are," she reminded me. "Officers will announce themselves." The next minute was all half-heard impressions. A male voice outside, sharp and authoritative, shouting something I could not make out. Probably my street name, maybe police. The faint answering bark of the dog from the next block, triggered by the disturbance. A car engine revving a little too fast, then settling. Doors opening and closing. The sounds at my doors and windows had stopped. No more taps. No more scrapes. No more muffled laughter. "You still hear anything near your house?" she asked. I listened. The furnace kicked back on, a dull thump and a rush of warmth. An upstairs neighbor's plumbing rattled, farther off, in a less definable space. A voice called something like, "Clear," and the crackle of a radio responded. "No," I said. I think they stopped." "You are doing great," she said. "Officers are on scene. They may knock on your door or call your phone. Do not open up for anyone until they identify themselves as police." My heart was still hammering, but its rhythm had changed, the panic edging into a twitchy, exhausted throb. A couple of minutes crawled past, marked only by the soft whoosh of air from the vent and the distant murmur of voices outside. I could see the faint ghost of blue and red light bouncing off the far wall, filtered through my blinds, the telltale spin of patrol car beacons. From my bedroom window, I had a partial view of the street, if I dared to look. The operator had not told me not to. She had only said to wait for the officers. It felt like a test of faith. Eventually, my phone buzzed in my ear. A call coming in. The operator told me, "That should be them. I am going to disconnect so you can answer, okay?" "Okay," I whispered. The line clicked. The 911 call ended. Immediately, the incoming call screen slid forward. Unknown caller with a local area code. For a split second, my stomach dropped. A flashback to earlier, to unknown messages that did not bring help. Then I realized this was the number dispatch uses sometimes, not a saved contact, not the text thread. I answered. "Hello? Mr. Baker?" a man's voice asked. Professional. Clipped. "This is Officer Reed with Town PD. We are outside your residence. Can you confirm you are inside alone?" "Yes," I said. "Upstairs, in my bedroom." "Good. Stay there. We see no one at your front or back right now," he said. "Did you see a vehicle?" "A black SUV," I said. "Older. Parked across the street earlier." There was a pause, like he was looking. "I see some tire tracks on the curb," he said finally. "No vehicle now. We will be around for a few minutes. When I tell you, you can come down and open the door slowly so we can speak, okay?" My muscles felt like they were made of rubber. "Okay." Before I went to the door, before I even stood up, I broke my earlier promise to myself and went to the bedroom window. I lifted the blind with 2 fingers and peered out. 2 patrol cars sat at angles on the street, light bars spinning lazily, painting the townhouses in pulses of blue and red. The neighbors' windows glowed with new, curious faces peeking out from behind curtains. The trash cans at the curb looked surreal in the shifting light. No black SUV. No dark shape under the lamp across from my house. Just the fading impression of tire marks on wet pavement where something heavier had been. As I watched, one of the police cars adjusted, its brake lights flaring. The red glow washed over the empty curb. And for a brief second, in that light, I saw a small, dark rectangle on the rear glass of a departing vehicle, already halfway to the corner. A sticker, white, with a stylized logo in the center, a football team's emblem. The same one printed on the front of Derek's hoodie the night before. They were already almost gone, turning the corner at the end of the block, tail lights shrinking. When my phone vibrated softly in my hand again, I looked down. A new text from the same unknown thread as before, sliding into place beneath the photo of me sleeping. No image this time, just a single, short line of text. "Cops will be too late if we really wanted you." The blue and red on my wall did something to my brain I did not expect. You see those lights in other people's windows all the time, and it is always somebody else's problem. That night, they painted my living room in pulses, washing over the framed pictures on the wall and the cheap TV stand, turning everything into a scene from a show I did not remember tuning in for. By the time I made it downstairs, my legs felt like they belonged to someone else. There were 2 hard knocks on the door, a very specific rhythm, quick and authoritative. "Police," a voice called. "Mr. Baker, it is Officer Reed. Can you open up for us?" I checked the peephole anyway. The fisheye view showed exactly what I needed it to. Navy uniforms, reflective patches, the broad brim of a hat, the squashed distortion of a patrol car behind them. No hoodies, no baseball caps. I undid the deadbolt with fingers that still did not feel steady and opened the door. Cold air rushed in first, carrying the smell of wet asphalt and exhaust and something metallic. Then the officers. There were 2 of them on my porch. The one in front was mid-30s maybe, square jaw, a tight buzz cut under his hat. Reed was stitched over his chest. The second was older, a little thicker around the middle, his name tag reading Lopez. Both had radios crackling faintly on their shoulders, belts heavy with equipment. Their flashlights were out but pointing down, beams falling across my welcome mat and the scuffed threshold. Behind them, The street looked like a low-budget crime scene. 2 patrol cars sat angled in the road, light bars still rotating lazily. The glow spilled over the parked cars, the trash cans, the front of my house. House doors up and down the block were cracked open a few inches. Curtains twitched. "Mr. Baker?" Reed asked again, softer now. "Yeah," I said. My voice did not sound like mine. "Yeah, that is me. You alone in the residence tonight?" Lopez asked, peering past me into the dark hallway. "Yes, just me," I said. Do you want to come in?" "We will step in for a minute," Reed said. "Do you mind if we clear the house first?" I shook my head and stepped back, letting them enter. They came in that way cops do, all at once and with a lot of presence. Boots on wood, radios crackling. The cold air followed them. Reed moved straight down the hallway toward the kitchen, flashlight up now. Beam slicing across the sink, the back door, the small window above it. Lopez peeled off toward the living room, sweeping the light across the couch, under the coffee table, up the stairs. "Clear," Reed called from the kitchen. "Clear," Lopez echoed from the base of the stairs, then nodded at me. "We will check upstairs real quick." I stood in my own entryway, while 2 strangers with guns and flashlights walked through my rooms, checking closets and corners, pulling open the shower curtain in the bathroom, putting light into every space I'd always taken for granted as mine. Through the open door, the neighborhood watched. Mr. Harris, from 3 doors down, stood on his stoop in a faded bathrobe, arms folded against the cold. His gray hair was mussed from sleep, his bare feet planted on the welcome mat like he had just stuck his head out for the newspaper and gotten more than he bargained for. Across the way, a mother in leggings hovered half behind her screen door, a toddler clutching her leg, eyes wide at the flashing lights. Embarrassment prickled up my neck, hot against the chill. I could feel their eyes, feel the story already forming in their heads. Something happened at the quiet guy's place. The divorced one. The one who never really talks at the block parties. At the same time, I had never been so glad to be the center of attention. Lopez came back down the stairs after a minute that felt much longer. "Upstairs is all clear," he said. "No signs anyone else is inside. Back doors locked, windows closed." Reed reappeared from the kitchen, flashlight lowered again. "All right," he said, turning his attention fully to me. "Let us talk about what you saw. Mind if we step into the kitchen?" We moved to the small kitchen table, the 3 of us sitting in an awkward triangle. Me in my usual chair, in sweats and an old t-shirt, them in full uniform. The under-cabinet light cast everything in a tired yellow. Reed took out a small notebook. Lopez stood more than sat, leaning against the counter, arms folded, eyes scanning the room as if it might shift. "Start from tonight," Reed said. "We will work backwards. 2 males at your door, you said?" I told them. About the knocks. About the voices through the wood. Derek's name came out of my mouth with an ugly taste. About the line, "We saw you at the window. We know you are home." About the metallic sound at the lock. About the tapping on the kitchen window. My voice shook in places, steadied in others. Some details came out in a rush. Others I had to drag up like heavy objects from the bottom of a pool. I left nothing out on purpose, but some things still felt unreal as I said them. "And you met these guys yesterday," Lopez said slowly when I finished the first part. "At Willow Plaza, to buy that phone." I nodded. "Pixel 6, $280 cash." "You have the phone?" Reed asked. I slid it onto the table between us. He glanced at the cracked old phone on the counter, then back at the sleek black slab in front of him. "Which one did they text you on?" "The new one," I said. I think they had it before. I found pictures from what looks like their car, and I opened the message thread with hands that still did not feel entirely steady and turned the screen so they could see. The photos came first. My car on the road, the gas station, the shot of the fuel and mart sign, the warped reflection of the SUV, the little video with the distorted chuckle at the end, and then the last one from earlier tonight, hovering at the bottom of the thread. The living room, seen from above, the timestamp in the corner, the caption. Reed's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly as he scrolled. Lopez leaned in over his shoulder, the light from the screen turning their faces a pale, sickly blue. "You say this one." Reed tapped the last photo. "It was taken a week ago." "That is what it says," I said. I never saw it on my old phone. I thought I had deleted something like it. But the time, I do not remember being awake then. I think I was asleep on the couch that night. Reed zoomed in with his thumb and forefinger, the image expanding so the grain of the carpet became visible, the texture of the couch fabric rough at this magnification. He scanned the edges, then the center, his gaze tracking like a slow scanner. "Look here," he said quietly, tapping the lower right corner of the screen and turning it more toward me. I leaned in. In my head, I had already seen this photo. The angle, the furniture, the idea of myself asleep. But under the bright, unforgiving light of a cop's flashlight and the harsh zoom, the details shifted. There, tucked into the corner of the couch I always claim, was a shape I had not fully registered the first time. The blanket was pulled up, forming a lumpy outline. A bare foot stuck out at the end, heel resting on the armrest. An arm, my arm, draped over the back, hand hanging lax. My face was partially obscured by the angle and the blanket, but enough showed through. The line of my jaw, the shadow of stubble, the slack open mouth of deep sleep. It is strange looking at your own unconscious body. It looked like me, and not like me at the same time. Softer, vulnerable in a way I never let myself be when awake. There was no awareness in the eyes because they were closed, no tension in the mouth, no defensive hunch in the shoulders. It made the angle worse. I had told myself, when I first saw a version of this picture, that maybe I had taken it. That in some weird moment of self-loathing or boredom, I had snapped a shot of my own empty living room from the stairs and then forgotten about it. Seeing my actual sleeping body on the screen killed that illusion. If I was in the photo, I could not have taken it. "Whoever took this was standing on your staircase," Lopez said softly, voicing the thought that had just fully crystallized in my skull, probably halfway up, a week ago, 2 a.m. He tapped the timestamp in the corner. The numbers glowed back at us, uncaring. "Their phone, their angle, inside your house," Reed said, "and you did not know they were here." The words dropped into the small kitchen like weight. Outside, through the thin walls, I could hear the murmur of neighbors talking in low voices on their porches, the occasional cough, the shuffle of slippers on concrete. One of the patrol car radios crackled with a squawked update. The blue and red lights still pulsed through the blinds in slow, relentless turns. I swallowed, mouth dry. "No," I said. "I did not know." Reed exhaled through his nose, jotting something down in his notebook. "All right," he said. "We are going to want copies of these messages. We will also canvass the street for cameras. Looks like that house across from you." He jerked his chin toward the window. "Has a Ring doorbell. Traffic cam at the end of the block, too. Maybe we can get a better look at that SUV." We went through the motions. He had me forward the entire thread to a department email. Lopez stepped outside to talk to Mr. Harris, who indeed had a Ring camera pointed at the shared strip of sidewalk. Another officer I had not noticed before walked down to the corner, radio at his shoulder, checking the pole where the traffic camera perched. It all felt very official, very much like the beginning of a story where the good guys collect clues, and eventually there is a resolution. Back in the kitchen, Reed's phone buzzed once. He glanced at it, thumbed something, and then turned the screen toward me. "Your neighbor sent over the clip," he said. On the tiny video, my house appeared in that grainy, washed-out Ring camera way. The timestamp overlay showed less than 15 minutes before my 911 call. The frame showed the patch of sidewalk, my front steps, the curb. Two figures came into view from the left. One taller in a hoodie, one shorter with what might have been a cap. They walked up the path, out of the camera's field of view as they reached my porch. A few seconds later, only the taller one came into view again for a moment, stepping backward, head turned toward my door, then disappearing. After approximately a minute and a half, both silhouettes reappeared at the edge of the frame, walking back toward the street. Behind them, at the curb, sat the black SUV. It was parked with surgical neatness, engine off, lights dark. The camera's resolution turned its license plate into a glowing white smear. The layer of grime across the middle could be seen even in the low pixel count, breaking up what little detail there might have been. Traffic cam caught the SUV slowing near the intersection, but it is too dark for a plate, Reed said. "We can confirm the make and model close enough, but not much else." In the end, the footage proved what I already knew. They had been there. They had walked up to my house. They had stayed just long enough to play their little game, then left before the officers turned onto the street. The camera did not catch their faces clearly. The mud on the plate did its job. The only image that truly showed intent, that captured their invasion in a way no one could dismiss as paranoia, was the one they had chosen to send me themselves. The one taken from halfway up my own stairs, looking down at me as I slept, oblivious. And now, sitting at my own kitchen table with two uniformed cops leaning over my phone, I had to accept the simplest, coldest fact. They had already been inside once before the night I called for help. When the last patrol car turned the corner and the wash of blue and red slid off my walls, the street did not go back to normal. It went quiet, sure. The engines faded. The radios stopped crackling. The neighbors' doors closed one by one. Porch lights clicked off. Blinds fell back into place. But the silence that settled afterward was not the same one I had known 2 nights earlier, watching game shows and half listening to the fridge. This one felt scraped out, like something had been peeled back and then badly taped over. I locked the front door again after the officers left, checked the deadbolt twice, pressing my palm flat against the wood as if I could feel the strength of it. The welcome mat still sat crooked, the little heart in home tilted. I did not straighten it. I should have gone to bed. That is what they told me in their polite cop way. "Try to get some rest, sir. Call us if anything else happens." As if sleep was something you could just schedule. After listening to 2 men discuss how easily they had come into your house while you were unconscious. Instead, I drifted back to the kitchen like a moth to the only light left. I turned off everything downstairs except the small under-cabinet light over the stove. It threw a weak, yellow glow over the sink, the counter, half the table. The rest of the house retreated into thick shadow. I sat at the table in my usual chair, the same place I had been the night before, when the double car door slam had pulled me to the window. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. Each second sounded like it had weight now. The fridge cycled with a low hum that rose and fell. The furnace rumbled on, then off, like the house was sighing in its sleep. The pixel lay in front of me. The officers had given it back after they forwarded the messages and took their photos of the screen. It looked like any other phone sitting on any other kitchen table. Black slab, faintly smudged glass, the charging port, a small dark mouth at the bottom edge. But I could not stop thinking about one thing Reed had said before he left. "We will see what we can pull from this if you consent. But honestly, whoever had it before you knew what they were doing." They had said, "We should get a tech to look at it." They had said, "Do not delete anything else." They had said a lot of, "We will see," and "We will try." I was suddenly very aware that I was the one actually holding the device. I picked it up. The glass was cool against my fingers. The home screen lit up. The same wallpaper. The same grid of apps. The thread with the unknown number sat in the Messages app like a rotten tooth. I did not open it again. Instead, I tapped the Photos icon. The main gallery view opened with the familiar grid. My son, my car, the gas station, my living room from above, with my own sleeping body on the couch. The last image I had stared at now had a new, poisonous meaning glued to it. I scrolled past it quickly, heart skittering, and hit the 3-line menu icon in the corner. Albums, device folders, trash, hidden. I had not gone this deep before. Earlier, I'd stopped at device images, freaked myself out with the picture from some other car's interior, and backed away. Now it felt like not looking would be worse. Like some part of me already knew there was more, and was just delaying the moment I would have to admit it. I tapped device folders. A list appeared. Camera, screenshots, downloads, WhatsApp, device images, a couple of app-specific ones. At the very bottom, where the screen had to scroll a little more to reveal it, sat something else. An unnamed folder. No title, no label. Just a gray square with a tiny icon in the middle. A generic image placeholder, the kind you see when a picture has not loaded yet. If I had been less rattled, my brain might have found a way to explain it away. Some system cache, some leftover from another app. Tonight, it just looked like a door someone had gotten lazy about hiding. My thumb hovered, then tapped. The folder opened. For a second, all I saw was white, the app loading. Then the grid resolved, slowly, row by row. Every thumbnail was my house. Not just familiar, exact. The same peeling patch of paint on the hallway baseboard. The same slightly crooked vent cover over the living room. The same pattern on the cheap rug by the couch. The first photo I tapped was of the living room, but from a strange height. The angle suggested the camera had been held up near the ceiling in the corner, pointed down. It turned my furniture into a dollhouse. Couch, coffee table, TV stand, all arranged with a weird, clinical precision. The front door was visible on the left, the staircase on the right. No one in frame. The timestamp in the corner read 3 weeks before I had met Derek. Wednesday afternoon, 2:17 p.m. A time I was definitely at work. I swiped to the next. The kitchen. The shot seemed to have been taken from just above the fridge, looking down over the counters and the sink. The light coming through the window was bright and flat. Daytime. My cereal box sat on the counter, open. A dirty pan rested in the drying rack. Nothing special. Everything terrible. Timestamp. 2 days later. 11:43 a.m. I kept swiping. The hallway. Shot from the top of the doorway, as if someone had reached up and held the phone flush with the frame. It looked straight down the narrow corridor to the front door. The mat was perfectly straight in that one. The deadbolt was in the locked position. The brass on the doorknob gleamed in the daylight. The back door, taken from the outside, through the thin glass pane at the top, focused on the latch and the lock. My own reflection was faintly visible there. Not my face, but the ghostly shape of my kitchen table and chairs. Whoever had held the camera had pressed close enough to leave a smudge on the glass. The stairs, shot from halfway up, looking down. No one in the living room this time, just the couch and the blank eye of the turned-off TV. The banister ran along the edge of the frame. Hallway upstairs. Bedroom door slightly ajar. The darkness inside like a mouth. Bathroom door shut. Photo after photo. Each one from an angle I had never used. Each one taken on days and times I had not been home. They were not hurried, off-the-hip shots. They were composed, framed. Someone had walked through my house with time to spare, exploring vantage points like they were planning something. No sign of forced entry in any of them. No shadow of a hand on a knob. Just presence. The refrigerator compressor kicked on behind me with a low, throaty hum. It made me jump. The clock ticked. Somewhere far away, a car rolled down the main road, tires whispering on asphalt. Inside the house, my own breathing sounded too loud. I swiped faster. The images marched toward the present. Some were in daylight, others in the gray wash of evening. In one, the TV was on, frozen on a paused frame of some sitcom rerun, while the couch sat empty. I tried to remember that night. Had I gone to the bathroom? To the kitchen? How long does it take to raise a phone and click? 2 seconds? 3? Every new photo shifted the timeline in my head. They had not just popped in once. They had come back. More than once. They had been inside my house on multiple days and nights, in different rooms, at different times. The sounds I had written off as house settling over the last month. A creak on the ceiling, a faint thump on the stair when I was half asleep on the couch, came back in a flood of memory, each tagged now with a possible cause that was so much worse than pipes or wind. At some point, I realized I had stopped blinking. My eyes burned, but I kept swiping. Then I hit it. Another staircase shot. For a heartbeat, I thought it was a duplicate of the one the cops had looked at. The same vantage point, halfway up, the living room below. The couch, the coffee table, the TV, the timestamp in the corner, 1 week ago, 2:03 a.m., the same as the photo they had seen, the night they had been here watching me sleep. I almost moved past it, already knowing what it was, already sick of my own limp sleeping face. But something in the reflection on the TV stopped my thumb. I zoomed in. The TV in the photo was off, just a dark rectangle reflecting the shapes in the room. From the wide shot, it had just looked like a smudge. Up close, the gloss of the screen turned into a warped mirror. At the bottom of the reflection, I could see the couch from the opposite angle. My own body curled on it under the blanket, a pale blur of face and arm, Behind that, the faint suggestion of the coffee table, the front door, the hallway, and above, in the top half of the TV's reflection, something else. Something that had not registered at full size. A silhouette at the very top of the staircase, not the banister, not some trick of the light. A human shape, elongated and distorted by the curvature of the screen, but unmistakable. Someone standing at the highest step, right where the stairs meet the second floor landing. One shoulder leaned slightly against the wall. Both hands were raised in front of their chest, elbows bent in the familiar posture of someone holding a phone up to take a picture. The head was tilted down, chin tucked, as if they were peering over the edge just a little, looking at the scene below, looking at me, asleep. Even blurred, even warped, one detail cut through. A brim. The shadow of a baseball cap sticking out from the head, the line of it sharp against the fuzzier outlines. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart into tiny squares, my fingertip leaving a smear of sweat on the glass. Bitmap mush or not, my brain filled in what it knew. The cap, the stance, the habit of watching more than talking. It was him. He had not just stood halfway down the stairs to take that original photo. At some point, he had gone all the way up, turned around, framed the shot so his own presence would only show up in the reflection of a powered-off TV. A signature no one was meant to see. The clock on the wall ticked, one loud, solitary talk that made me jerk my head up. For a second, I could have sworn I heard something above me. A faint, almost imperceptible complaint in the wood, like a single cautious step in the room over the kitchen. It might have been the furnace shifting. It might have been nothing at all. Or it might have been the house remembering the weight of someone who had already been there, more than once, standing in the perfect spot to watch me sleep and make sure the camera caught every angle they wanted. After that night, I became the kind of person I used to think was paranoid. The first thing I did was change the locks. Not just a new deadbolt from the hardware aisle, but the whole setup. I took a day off work, told my boss I had a home security issue, and spent the morning with a locksmith walking through my little townhouse like we were inspecting a crime scene. He was a quiet guy, mid-50s, wearing a jacket with his company logo and hands that moved with lazy confidence. He did not know the details, just that I wanted everything replaced. He took the old deadbolt off my front door, the one that had slid so smoothly the night I came home, and set it aside on the mat. Its brass face looked dull and harmless. The new hardware he pulled from his case was heavier, the bolt thicker. "Grade 1, he said. "Takes more effort to kick in or work around. Not impossible, but harder." Harder felt like all I could ask for. We swapped the back door lock too. He eyed the frame, recommended a reinforcement plate. I paid for it. I watched him screw it in, metal biting into the wood like a brace on a broken limb. After he left, I stood there with the new keys in my palm, the cuts unfamiliar. The old ones went into the trash under a layer of coffee grounds and eggshells. Then I went to war with my own house in other ways. I ordered 2 indoor cameras online, small black pucks with wide glass eyes. One went on the high shelf in the living room, angled so it could see the front door, the couch, the stairs. The other I mounted on the wall halfway up the staircase, pointed down. Both of them came with apps and motion alerts and promises of cloud storage. The first night I armed them, my phone buzzed every time I moved. Motion detected, living room, motion detected, stairway. A ghost of myself appeared on the little timeline, walking from the couch to the kitchen, climbing the stairs, coming back down for water. It was unnerving and comforting at the same time. If someone else ever stood there again, at least something would see them. I renamed my Wi-Fi. Baker Family 5G became something generic and forgettable, a string of letters and numbers I would not say out loud here. I changed the password to a nightmare sequence. Capitals, symbols, a phrase only I would know. Every device in the house threw up a warning, demanding I type it in. It felt like changing the locks on an invisible door. Then there was the Pixel. The police had asked me not to wipe it at first. "Let us try to pull what we can," their tech guy said. They took it for 2 days, gave it back with a shrug and a printout full of jargon that boiled down to, "Whoever had it before you cleaned it up pretty well." The hidden folder was still there, but nothing else obvious. No simple breadcrumb of a full name and address. "Up to you what you do with it now," Reed had said. Personally, I would not keep it as my main device, but that is your call. I heard only the first part. I would not keep it. I backed up the things I wanted, photos of my son, contact numbers, onto a different account. Then I went into settings, found reset, and watched as the phone warned me 3 times that everything would be erased. Apps, accounts, photos, messages. Part of me wanted to stop, to freeze the device as it was, like a bug in amber. Evidence, a physical link to the people who had walked my stairs and watched me sleep. Another part wanted it gone like a roach. I hit erase all data. The process bar crawled across the screen, then vanished. The phone rebooted into the same setup screen I had seen when Derek first put it in my hands under that strip mall light. Welcome, start. White background, clean fonts, innocent as a newborn. I took it to a small phone repair shop in a strip mall 3 towns over. The guy behind the counter looked it over, checked the IMEI, tested the screen. "It is clean," he said. "Couple tiny dings on the frame, but nothing major. Best I can do is $150. I had paid $280. I took the $150 like I was paying him to drag something cursed out of my life. He counted the cash. I walked out with an older, less fancy phone and a sick feeling that I had just thrown away a piece of the story no one else seemed interested in finishing for me. Then time did what it always does. It moved, even when I did not want to. Weeks turned into months. No one knocked on my door in the middle of the night. No metallic scrape at the locks. No double car door slams. No black SUV parked across the street with its lights off. My cameras recorded hours of nothing. The motion alerts that used to spike my adrenaline became minor annoyances. A moth near the glass, and neighbors' headlights sweeping through the blinds. My own blurry figure heading to the kitchen at 2 a.m. for water. I looked at the feeds obsessively at first. Laying in bed, I would check the live view from the stair camera, watching the dark outline of my own banister. If a floorboard popped, I checked the living room feed, staring at the grainy view of the front door until my eyes hurt. Eventually, I checked less often. Not because I trusted anything more, but because you cannot stay at DEFCON 1 forever without something in your brain breaking. On the surface, my life stitched itself back together. I went to work, answered emails, argued about invoices, nodded through meetings under fluorescent lights. My coworkers stopped making jokes about the phone and forgot about the night I had mentioned Some weird guys from Marketplace in the break room. Every other weekend, my son came to stay. Those were the nights I felt the weight of what had happened the most. When he was asleep on the couch, cartoons still flickering on the TV, blanket up to his chin, I checked the cameras every 15 minutes, watching his small form from the disembodied angle of a cloud-connected lens made my skin crawl, but not watching it felt worse. He never knew about the men at the door. I never let him. The police followed up once, maybe 6 weeks after that night. I was home from work, reheating leftover pasta, when my phone rang with a number I recognized as the department's main line. "This is Baker," I said, heart doing that stupid jump it does now at any unfamiliar ring. "Hi, Mr. Baker. This is Officer Reed," he said. "Just wanted to give you an update." "Okay," I said. The word felt too small for what I wanted from him. He did not have much to give. They had pulled what they could from the traffic cam, from my neighbor's ring, from the blurry glimpses of the SUV. The mud on the plate did its job. The make and model matched 1,000 other black SUVs in 3 counties. They had looked at known offenders who ran scams off Marketplace and similar apps. No one local fit neatly. "Best we can tell," he said, "it is probably a pair working a bigger area. They pick people up off apps, try to scare them, maybe escalate if the opportunity is right. They have not hit anyone else in your immediate neighborhood before or since, as far as we know. They may have moved on." "Moved on," I repeated. "Out of our jurisdiction," he clarified. "Could be another town, could be another state. We have put some notes into the system, shared what we have. If anything similar comes up, we will let you know." "No arrests," I said. "No," he admitted. "Not yet." "Not yet" sounded like a politeness, not a promise. After the call, I stood in the kitchen with the microwave humming behind me, holding the phone in my hand, and realized that nothing else was coming. No courtroom scene, no lineup, no moment where I would look through one-way glass and point at Derek and the guy in the cap. For everyone else, the story had already flattened into a line in a report. Officers responded, suspects gone on arrival. No further incidents at this location. For me, it stayed three-dimensional. Months passed. The cameras kept watching. The lock stayed firm. The deadbolt clicked under my hand every night and held. The random creaks of the house became familiar again, though I never quite got back to the old level of trust. If a pipe banged at 1:30 a.m., I sat up and waited until the sound repeated in a way that made sense. A heater cycling, a fridge compressor turning off. Only then would I let myself lie back down. If my son rolled over on the couch in the living room, the stair camera sent me a motion alert, and I checked it every time to make sure that the only person in frame was him. So, yeah, I moved on. But I did not move back. Then, one random night, the story I thought was at least dormant twitched. I was on the couch, remote in hand. Some crime show, playing low enough that it was more sound than plot. The house was in its late evening mode. Lamp on, kitchen light off, furnace doing its slow, regular coughs. My new old phone buzzed on the coffee table. I glanced down, expecting a spam call or a bank alert. It was an email notification. Subject line: "Photos in your trash are about to be permanently deleted." It was from Google Photos, the kind of automated thing they send all the time that most people ignore. Little nudges about storage space, about memories from this day, about cleaning up. But that phrase, "photos in your trash," landed differently. I sat up a little straighter and opened it. The email was generic. You have items in your trash that will be permanently deleted in 7 days. A button, review trash. A reminder that anything in there would be gone for good after that. My mind jumped, not to the recent screenshots or the dumb memes I sometimes clear out, but to one specific image. The first living room photo from the stairs. The one I had found on my old phone. The one I had deleted in a hurry because it made me feel like someone had been watching me. The one I now knew had been proof. I tapped Review Trash. The Photos app opened into the bin. A grid of discarded things filled the screen. Accidental pocket shots of the sidewalk. Blurry pictures of my lunch. Screenshots of directions I no longer needed. A failed selfie my son had taken where half his face was cut off. I scrolled, thumb flicking faster as if I could force something to appear by wanting it badly enough. It was not there. No living room from above. No banister at the bottom of the frame. No couch. No sleeping body. At some point between the night I had hit delete and the night 2 men stood on my porch telling me to open the door, that first picture had already crossed the invisible line between recoverable and gone. It had died a quiet, automated death in some Google server, right on schedule. I sat there in the glow of my TV, the canned laughter from the show washing over me, staring at a trash folder full of meaningless junk, knowing that the one picture that might have shown exactly when they first came into my house, the one timestamp that might have anchored everything, was the one I had thrown away before I even knew what story I was in. The night I figured it out did not feel special at first. It was not an anniversary of anything. No weird weather. No strange knocks. Just another late evening in a house that had learned how to pretend at normal again. I was at the kitchen table with my laptop open, the same battered machine I have had for years. A blank email draft sat on the screen, cursor blinking at the top. The to field was filled in with the address of a horror channel I follow, one of those send us your true stories places. This one. I had written a title, a few opening lines, deleted them, typed something else, deleted that too. It is hard to know where to start when you are trying to convince strangers you are not crazy. Downstairs was in its usual late-night configuration. Only the small light under the kitchen cabinet was on, spilling a soft yellow pool over the table and the sink. The rest of the house lay in layers of gray and black. The living room behind me was just a suggestion of shapes. The couch, the TV, the outline of the stairs. The soundtrack was the same as always. The low, steady hum of the refrigerator, the occasional click and sigh of the furnace cycling. The clock on the wall ticking out seconds in a sharp, dry rhythm. Outside, a car rolled along the main road somewhere far off, its presence reduced to a faint passing hiss. It was the kind of quiet that should feel safe. It did not. I stared at the blinking cursor and tried to put the timeline in order. I figured if I could write it out cleanly, the dates, the times, the cause, and effect, maybe it would make more sense. Maybe it would shrink. When did I first see the living room photo on my old phone? I remembered sitting on the same couch, my old device in hand, flipping through the gallery to back things up. The weird angle from the stairs, the little jolt in my chest, the rationalization, you must have taken it and forgotten, followed by the quick swipe to delete it just to feel the house settle around me again. That had been, what, a week? 10 days? Before the night at Willow Plaza? Then the marketplace listing. The meet. The SUV behind me on the road. The gas station. The messages. The men at my door. The police lights. The hidden album. The pieces all existed. They just did not sit right together in my head. Every time I tried to lay them out in a straight line, something nudged them out of place. The dates felt slippery. The memory of that first photo on the old phone did not want to slide into place with the logs I had seen in the pixel. There was a gap, or an overlap, or something. The cursor blinked. The house hummed. On impulse, I opened a new tab in the browser and went to my Google account. I do not know what I was looking for exactly. Reassurance, maybe, that all the gaps were just my brain misfiring, or some simple, boring record that would let me say, "See, this is when it happened. This part is on you." My account page loaded. The usual grid of services smiled back. Gmail, Drive, Photos. I clicked on Photos. The web interface is different from the app, colder somehow. Images float in a clean white void, neatly aligned. Across the top of the screen, there were tabs, Photos, Albums, Explore. In the little menu in the corner, deeper options. I went hunting. Settings, Manage Storage, Backup. Nothing useful. Then, halfway down the list, something that made a different part of my brain twitch. Activity. I clicked it. A new page opened. Plain text and small icons marching down the screen in a time-stamped list. Recent actions associated with my account. Uploads, shares, deletions. It looked like an over-detailed diary written by a machine. Most of it was obvious. Photo uploaded from SMG950U. That was my old phone model. Album Summer 2023 created. Image deleted from trash. Rows and rows of tiny confirmations of things I barely remembered doing. I scrolled, watching the dates flick backward. Last week, last month, around the time of the incident. There, late October. Photo uploaded from SMG950U. Video uploaded from SMG950U. Photo moved to trash. That last one was on the night I had deleted something in a hurry, sitting on my couch with a strange unease I could not name yet. My pulse picked up a little. I scrolled further. Around a month before I went to Willow Plaza, the device label started to look wrong. Mixed into the familiar parade of SMG952U entries, another name appeared. Photo uploaded from Pixel the 6 unknown. I froze. The text was small, just another line in a long list, but the words hit with disproportionate force. Pixel 6 unknown. At that point in time, I did not own a Pixel 6. I had never even seriously considered buying one. I knew, abstractly, what they looked like from ads, but I had no reason to have that name anywhere near my account. Yet there it was. Not once, but several times, peppered through the log. Photo uploaded from Pixel 6 unknown. Photo uploaded from Pixel 6 unknown. Album modified from Pixel 6 unknown. I scrolled slower now, eyes tracking each line. The dates on those entries lined up disturbingly well with the timestamps in the hidden folder I had found on the phone. The ones showing my kitchen from above, my hallway at noon, my empty couch in the glow of the TV. They were all marked as uploads from a device my account had somehow been associated with. I felt the kitchen air tighten around me. My chair creaked quietly as I leaned closer to the screen. The refrigerator hummed louder for a moment, then fell silent, leaving the tick of the clock standing alone in the room. At the bottom of that cluster of entries, there was one more. Album Home shared to device, SMG950U. Just above it, Album Home created from device, Pixel 6 unknown. My scalp prickled. The date on those two lines was familiar. My brain took a second to shove it into the right mental drawer. It was the night the living room picture had mysteriously appeared on my old phone for the first time. The night I had been scrolling through my gallery and found the shot from the stairs out of nowhere. I had told myself it must have been syncing glitch, some cloud hiccup, some half-forgotten moment of my own. The Google Photos app had acted like it was just there. No explanation, no fanfare. The log on the web told a different story. Someone had used a Pixel 6, a device my account identified as unknown, to create an album called Home. Then at that same time, that album had been shared directly to my old phone. Not the other way around. Not my old phone syncing to a new device I had just bought. This was before I ever met Derek, before I ever saw the listing for a Pixel 6 on Marketplace, before I had any reason to type the word Pixel into a search bar. The phone was in the story before I thought I had joined it. My throat felt dry. The cursor on the empty email draft blinked on another tab, forgotten. I clicked on the little icon next to Pixel 6 Unknown. A sidebar slid out with a bit more information. Device activity, last used, a partial IP address. None of it meant much in the technical sense, but the dates were clear enough. The device had been active on my account starting about a month before the Marketplace sale, uploading photos, modifying albums, sharing one called Home to my old phone in the middle of the night. Then, a week or so before Derek messaged me back from, "Yeah, man, it is clean," the entries for Pixel 6 Unknown stopped. Dead. No more uploads. No more shares. No more edits. Almost like someone had finished their little project and then wiped the thing. I sat very still. The fridge clicked off. The furnace rumbled, then cut. For a second, the house slid into that deep, layered quiet I had come to dread. The kind where the absence of sound is almost a sound by itself. It was not hard to fill in the blanks. The Pixel 6 I held in the strip mall parking lot had not just belonged to someone else before me, in the way all used phones belong to someone else. It had belonged to them. The men who had stood on my porch and knocked. The one with the cap who liked to stand and watch. They had brought it into my house weeks earlier while I was at work or asleep. Walked through my rooms. Held it up at weird angles to the ceiling, above the fridge, in the hallway. Built an album they named Home on a device my account politely labeled Unknown. Then, on one particular night at 2:03 a.m., one of them had stood halfway down my stairs, framed me sleeping on the couch, and hit the shutter. Maybe he smiled. Maybe he did not. Sometime after that, from wherever he was when I was not looking, he had tapped a share icon and sent those images, curated, titled, theirs, straight into my own gallery, onto my old phone, into my life. Not because they needed to, because they wanted to, because they could. When I finally met Derek in the parking lot and he handed me the phone, the device in my palm already knew my house better than I did. It had been there first. It had seen angles I had never thought to stand in. I thought buying it was the beginning of the story. Turns out, by the time I gave him that envelope of cash, I was already holding the camera they had used to write the first half. I know how you probably want this story to end. You want me to say they slipped up, that the cops pulled some miraculous plate enhancement from a blurry traffic cam, that Derek and the guy in the cap were arrested in another county running the same scam, and my photos were found on a hard drive in a plastic tote in their trunk. You want trials, mugshots, maybe a news article you can Google when this video is over. I do not have that. There was no raid, no perp walk, No neat headline about a marketplace predator duo busted. As far as the official world is concerned, this was a suspicious persons call where officers responded. Suspects were gone on arrival. No one was hurt, and the case did not go anywhere. That is the ending they get. What I have is the ending I am sitting in right now while I type this at my kitchen table in the same house. The locks on my doors are new. The deadbolts are thicker. There is a little metal reinforcement plate on the back door frame that the locksmith told me would make things more interesting for anyone with a boot. There is a camera on the living room shelf, pointed at the front door and the bottom of the stairs. There is another halfway up the staircase, eye level with the landing, watching that angle they liked so much. Little red LEDs blink sometimes to let me know they are on. Every night before I go to bed, I walk the same path. I check the front deadbolt, then the back one. I flick the porch light off and on and off again. I leave the under cabinet light on in the kitchen because the dark down here feels different now. I look up at the camera lens on the stair wall and see my own distorted face staring back. Sometimes I sleep. Sometimes, around 3 in the morning, I wake up for no good reason. No nightmare, no noise I can point to. Just a jolt in my chest and the sudden awareness of the dark. When that happens, I lie there and listen to the old furnace huffing on and off, to the refrigerator chugging away in the kitchen, to the faint tick of the clock through the floor, to the very distant low hiss of a truck on the highway behind the neighborhood. If any of those sounds is off, even for a second, I get up. I go downstairs. I turn on every light. I check every door again. I look at the live feed from my cameras and watch myself doing those things from a second angle. Some nights, that is the only way I can convince myself I am actually alone. And then, there are the nights my son is here. He loves sleeping on the couch. He likes to stay up later than he is supposed to, watching shows until his eyes start to droop, then refuse to move to the bed I made up for him. On those nights, I let him. It is our little secret rebellion against the rules at his mom's place. He curls into the cushions in almost the exact spot I was in when those pictures were taken. I sit in the recliner, phone in hand, watching him on the stair camera, even though I am in the same room. I tell myself it is overkill. I tell myself I am doing it for him, not because I am trying to prove something to myself about who is in the frame and who is not. He has never seen the photos of me sleeping. He has never heard about Derek or the black SUV. He does not know why I am the way I am now about doors. That is one good thing I can say. They did not get him involved. They picked a night when it was just me. You take your wins where you can. So why am I sending this to a horror channel on YouTube? Part of it is selfish. When something like this happens, and the police file does not go anywhere, it feels like the story could disappear. Like it becomes this private little nightmare you had that no one else ever has to believe in. Putting it here makes it real somewhere outside my own head. I am not asking for advice. I am not asking for people to find these guys. I know how the internet works. Half of you will not believe a word. The other half will want more proof than I can give. That is fine. I just do not want the only evidence that this happened to be a corrupted line in some dead phone and a few grainy clips on a server I do not own. So here it is instead, my version in human words. You are probably listening to this in a room that sounds a lot like mine. Maybe you are in a one-bedroom apartment with drywall so thin you can hear your neighbor's TV through it. Maybe you are in a suburban house like this one, with a furnace that rattles and a fridge that likes to kick on right when the movie gets quiet. Maybe you are in a dorm room with a mini fridge and a box fan. Either way, if you are hearing this in bed at night, the soundscape is probably familiar. There is the steady hum of whatever keeps your air breathable: AC, heater, fan. The low thrum of a refrigerator compressor in the next room. The faint tick of a clock. The occasional car passing by on the street outside, its tires hissing on the asphalt. Maybe someone in your building closes a door down the hall. The muffled thump traveling through pipes and joists. That mix of background noise is what most of us call silence now. We do not think about it until something interrupts it. Here is the thing I learned the hard way. There is always a moment at night when all of that stops at once. The AC hits the end of its cycle and clicks off. The fridge decides it is cold enough and rests for 30 seconds. No one happens to be driving by that exact stretch of road for a couple of heartbeats. The clock is still ticking, but it is so quiet your brain tunes it out. You get a pocket of real electric stillness. Most nights, you do not notice it. You are asleep, or your show is up too loud, or your brain rides right over it. Now that I have said this, you are going to notice it at some point. That little hole in the sound. And in that hole, if you ever hear something soft, not a bang, not a scream, not a dramatic horror movie sting, but something tiny and precise, like the fake shutter sound a phone makes when it takes a picture from somewhere it should not be, you will probably tell yourself it is in your head. A random pipe, a creak, maybe a dream you are on the edge of. You will roll over and make a joke about watching too many videos like this. You will do what I did the first time a picture I did not remember taking showed up in my gallery. Shrug, delete, move on. I hope, for your sake, that you are right. That is not the comfort version. That is just probability. I wish I could say I learned my lesson neat and clean, and that nothing else ever happened once the locks were changed and the phone was gone. But that would be a lie. About a week before I sat down to write this, I did something I knew I probably should not. I started scrubbing through old camera footage. It was a Thursday night. My son was at his mom's. The house had that hollow feeling it gets when I am the only one breathing in it. I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, my brain played back pieces of the story in no particular order. The parking lot, the knocks, the photo of myself on the couch. So instead of lying in bed, I went downstairs, opened the camera app, and pulled up stored clips from a month back. Most of it was nothing. Me moving from room to room. My kid jumping off the last stair, even though I keep telling him not to. The empty living room in the middle of the day, with sunlight slanting across the rug. Around the half-month mark, I found a clip timestamped 2:03 a.m. That number has a way of jumping out at me now. The view was from the stair camera, the one mounted halfway up, looking down. The system tags clips with motion detected, and that label was on this one. I tapped it. For the first few seconds, there was nothing. The frame showed the dark outline of the stairs going down, the banister rails casting faint stripes, the slice of living room at the bottom, couch just visible, TV off, front door a vertical rectangle in the background. The ambient light from the street lamp outside made everything murky gray, empty, still. I almost backed out of it, assuming it was one of those false positives the system sometimes throws, where a change in light or a shadow triggers the motion sensor. Then, for a single frame, about 1/30th of a second, just long enough for my brain to register and not long enough to make me sure, something was there. The shape appeared at the very top of the stairs, just at the edge of the camera's field of view. Tall, narrow, like someone standing on the top landing with their shoulders slightly hunched. Both arms were up in front of their chest, elbows bent. The posture was familiar now. In that one frozen slice of time, I could see the angle of the head tilt just a little downward, like they were looking through something at the scene below. The outline of the brim was there too, a short horizontal line jutting from the head. Next frame, gone. Just empty stairs again, dark banister, gray living room. I scrubbed back, paused, went frame by frame. The shape popped in, popped out, like my brain was trying to see a figure in static. I told myself it might be compression glitch, a weird artifact from the way the camera records, some bug in the night vision algorithm, anything but what it looked like. I watched that 1-second clip more times than I want to admit. The next day, when I went back to show a friend at work, the one person I trust enough to even half share this with, the file would not open. Error, the app said. Footage corrupted. I tried the desktop version. Same thing. The little thumbnail still sits there with the 2:03 a.m. timestamp. The system insists it exists. But every time I tap it now, I get that same gray pop-up box and a spinning wheel that never resolves. Maybe it is a coincidence. Maybe the file actually is corrupted in some boring technical way. Or maybe someone who used to be very comfortable inside my house knows how to wipe a frame without wiping the memory of it. That brings me back to you. I tell myself those guys moved on, that they crossed a state line, changed SIM cards, and are sitting right now in some other town's strip mall parking lot, watching another car pull in. That the cold weight I sometimes feel on the back of my neck when the house goes quiet is just adrenaline and not someone standing on the stairs again, out of frame this time, content to watch. I tell myself a lot of things. The truth is, I do not know if you ever really get rid of someone who has already stood over you in the dark, camera in hand, and decided you were worth keeping a picture of.